Good morning, everyone. I hope we're all good. Looks like we're starting off with another live stream. Let me just share this with the community. Let's get up the chats as well. So just bear with me just a moment. Let's bring this up, full screen it. Hope you're all doing good today. In fact, okay, so I need to click on my own account. I assume that's Twitch chat done. Okay, now we just need to get YouTube chat open. Yep, there. We're live on youboob.com. Finally, it loaded pretty quick today. Thank goodness for that. Okay, I think we're all good now. Ah, that was quick. Right, so we're just kicking off where we left off yesterday. Where were we yesterday? We just started hooking up, what is it called? KTX2 into our engine. We haven't quite finished yet. We might go all the way to finish GLTF pack. Yo, the big loose goose, thank you. I didn't quite get enough time to finish hooking up the library properly, so we're missing some things for KTX, but that's easily fixed. We just need to make sure that everything that needs to be included is included into the library itself. We could just literally include everything, but I'm trying to avoid including everything if I can avoid it, just so I can, you know, compilation time doesn't take forever, right? Yeah. So yeah, that's we might do. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and forth between development and revision. We're going to, you know, try and cut this up a little bit, where we load textures. We might do the basis universal compression version of the K2X format as well. Yeah, you have a link on the YouTube channel today. Yes, I remembered. Thank you for the advice, by the way. So yes, you can flip-flop between either Twitch chat or YouTube chat, depending on what you're feeling. I put both on both platforms, so you can switch backwards and forwards. Hi, Void. How you doing? Yeah, not bad. Just finished a quick workout. Just took a shower, and yeah. So I'm a bit tired. My legs are a bit tired from the amount of squatting I did yesterday. So I went a bit lighter today. We did kind of like a calisthenics back workout. So it was kind of light because I need to rest my joints a bit. Oh, my arms are a bit tired from another workout that I did ages ago. So yeah, generally quite good. It's funny, I'm not feeling very motivated today, but that is no excuse. Today we are going to crush it. We're going to do as much as we can. I'm missing out on theory on this one. Don't know much about KTX, so won't be following as closely. KTX, I can explain a little bit what KTX2 is. So KTX2 is, it's just, I think there was a fantastic little introduction about what that was. So, was it KTX2 or GLTF pack? Yeah, let's just dive into it. If people don't know what it is, hello Emmanuel, how you doing, dude? We shall. Yeah, I think it was on this actually. So it's not that complicated. So this is basically what KTX is. Chronos texture, that's what it basically means, is a lightweight container for textures for OpenGL and Vulkan and other GPU APIs. KTX file contains all the parameters needed to load a texture. Yep, a single file can contain anything from a simple 2D based texture through to a cube map array texture with mipmaps. So it does a lot of different things, which we'd kind of have to do separately sometimes if you're just using PNG. Contained textures can be in the basis universal format, which is the compression thing that we talked about yesterday. In any block compressed formats supported by OpenGL family or blah blah blah. Okay, so is there a... Okay, let's just talk about the compression. And I think if I go to GLTF pack, bear with me just a minute. This is not related to the library specifically, but I think it does explain very easily what this does. Effectively, where did I read this actually? Oh, I think I read it in my notes. So this is what it is, all right? That was like kind of what it is, but this is like a better introduction, to be honest. The KTX file format is by Kronos, as we just discussed. This is a format that's native to GPUs. Let's do a bit of revision here. And there's no need to convert from. There's no need to convert it to the file. Into a different. Convert it to a different type. Okay. It supports MIP maps and 3D textures in one. Okay, it's one cool thing. So effectively, I don't think I've even summed it up very well here. Effectively, this allows us to be in the GPU format straight off the bat, right? So when we have to load in a PNG, for example, you have to do the conversion to a different format, right? Whereas like when it's in this Kronos KTX format, it's already like in that format on disk, so we can actually do something with it. We don't have to worry about it and all that kind of thing. So it's kind of a nice like format to be handled. So yeah, hopefully that explains a little bit. If that's not very clear, let me know. But effectively, it just allows us to handle textures better, right? You were right yesterday about F12 thing being a debug break. Ah, yes. Well, there you go. Now you know for sure that nothing was going wrong. I did notice in your code as well that you posted. Yeah, make this virtual. A great rule of thumb with destructors is just make them virtual. Because let's just say you construct this object, mouse event, mouse move event, and it destructs. The lifetime of the object, it'll run the parent destructor instead of the child's destructor if it's not virtual. So if you're doing any cleanup work, let's just pretend this is a complicated destructor that does like a bunch of cleanup, like maybe it cleans some memory, it deletes some pointers or something, and it's not virtual. It will not run. So you'll have a bunch of like dangling data. Yeah, just thought that was a useful tip. I don't remember any conversion thing in texture loading in OpenGL, at least. Don't know about Vulkan though. It's not a convert. It's the so when we load a texture into Vulkan, where's the actual buffer? So we do region copy. It likes it in the. I don't know. Maybe I think it might be a graphics driver thing. Actually, now I think about it. Hello. Thank you for joining us on the YouTube chat. Psionics. Hopefully, you're having a good day. So when we actually, this is what I want to go. This is the file that actually does the thing. So we create an image. Where's the actual pointer to the data though? Just bear with me just a touch. Oh, it's all bindless, so it's a bit delayed, I think. Oh, we don't have the music. Let me start the music. Let me just check the audio levels. That should be good. Good old Spyro's Dark Hollow. Anyway, yeah, there's basically it has to do some internal conversions to it, so it can access. So it it's appropriate for the GPU memory. I mean, I think, as far as I'm aware, the graphics driver does this for you. Hello, 221 / Angelica is a cutie. And I think when you use KTX, it doesn't have to do as much work, effectively. So it speeds up things. 221, yeah, sorry, 214. I'm notorious for writing... I read it in my head completely fine. I've understood it as 214. And then I'll say the wrong number. I do it all the time when I'm doing maths. Like, I'm like, alright, I've read it as 512, and I'll say 532 for some reason. It's like the speaking part of the number gets mixed up. Anyway, so yeah, so that's what we're going to be doing today. A bit more of that, and then probably going back to particles. I do have a... Maybe I should mention this, I don't really know. There's... I don't know what this is, but there's an affiliate thing or something on Twitch. And if I get to 25 followers, effectively, I get whatever that means. So I've set a goal for that on the Twitch side. So if you click the follow link, or click the heart, I think, 20, it needs to get to 25 from 18. So we're pretty close. Anyway, enough of that. Hello again, Calliot, dude. How you doing, dude? Twitch affiliate is like YouTube monetization. Ah, okay. Right, that's good to know. I don't know what partnership versus affiliate thing. I don't really know. I'm just kind of streaming on both for your, mostly for your guys' pleasure, if you know what I mean. Yeah, well, funny enough, your brain is split into two. One does the speaking, the other one does the thinking about numbers. Yeah, that's probably your... Oh, never mind. Both parts do the same. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I've got a goofy brain. Good man. I'm glad you're doing good, dude. Right. Right. So let's just do a bit of coding. Let's just get into it. You know. So what I'm trying to do is. So there we go. Look at that. Hello. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're having a great day. My sleep schedule was awful past weeks. Well, yeah, definitely try and get it sorted if you can. All right, so we are missing this in our library that we have tried to set up, and I've got to find out where this is and what KTR is. So that's the first thing that we're going to try and do today. We're going to mess around with our CMake implementation of the code that we need. So the first thing I need to dive into is go to Void, which is our project. Again, for the new people who have never seen me before, this is an open source game engine. I'm working on a Vulkan game engine in 3D. If you're interested in this source code, it is in the description on GitHub, under the MIT license, so you know, feel free to do what you want with it. Improving loading from disk or loading? Yeah, first one. Actually, both. The KTX file format is we're gonna try and use the universal, basis universal super compression within the KTX2 file format for our textures. So that's going to help us. I have a CS script, but I pretty much learn everything on my own, basically. If you are tired or distracted, multitasking brain selection tool can slip out accidentally and get the wrong word. Your brain is focused on thoughts of the correct number. Tricks you into believing your mouth is successfully speaking it. Yep. You only realize the error if someone points it out. Yep, basically. Yeah, this is all very reliable. Or you hear your own voice in playback. Yeah. You're 100% on there. Alright. Weather is too hot today. Oof. Good luck trying to get that. So our KTX2 file format is a format that the GPU likes. The KTX2 with basis universal super compression is a smaller version of the file on disk. and the library can do both. It can decompress this file, and it can also, you know, pass this to the GPU in a way that it likes, so there's less work it has to do. Yeah, so as a 214, let's concentrate on that number. 2 is native GPU, yeah. So that's what we're trying to do today. Hi, I watched your multi-threading vid. Can I ask how you do asset streaming and what you do if there's no dedicated transfer queue? I make sure that if there's no dedicated RAM in the Minecraft server, if there's no dedicated transfer queue, I just use the graphics queue. I just select out the queue. So I use in that engine, I would use the dedicated transfer queue over what is it called? The graphics queue, but the graphics queue can do transfers, so I just select a transfer queue. So yeah, and how do I do asset streaming? I basically did the most basic thing that you could possibly do in this case. I just had a separate thread that would always take in assets and do the loading part. They would build up basically a thread would build up a job. Sorry, there would be a bunch of jobs pushed onto a queue. The scheduler would then kick up a thread, and those threads would record to a command buffer, and that command buffer would just be doing the transfers of textures. Right, that's all it would do. That's it. It wasn't very complicated. 32 degrees is miserable. Because KTX to PNG is lossy, got you. I keep a PNG copy in one folder. Ah, okay. That's actually quite smart. 214. I didn't know it was lossy. And you've got the bloody Twitch. Honestly, is filled with bots. Let's be real. Bloody hell. Anyway, all right. Enough yapparoony. Let's see what we can do. So, for those on the YouTube side, we've got the bloody bot again saying AI viewers at streamcrap.com or whatever that stupid website is. I'll ban him in a minute. But again, it's mega cringe if you're a streamer. View botting, in my opinion. I think it's just laughable that's even a market right now. I'm okay with the occasional view, as long as if I need a moderator, it's more for hello Ratchet. It's more for bad behavior than if a bot message comes in. I don't really care about. Like, we all know this is a bot message. We're not gonna click on the links or go to streamimaloser.com to buy some viewers. Is there benefits using separate queues if there's no dedicated transfer queue family? Is there benefits using... Yes, but you have to be careful with this. Because there is some... Because you have a dedicated transfer queue. And if you need to share resources, then it can get quite contentious, right? If you have like a transfer queue that needs to wait for something, then that queue isn't that useful being separate anymore. Like the classic example is the presentation commands and graphics commands being on separate queues. It can be done, but it's like slower, right? So it's not always benefit. Right now, I am just doing everything on the graphics queue in this particular engine, because I don't really see the need yet to do a separate transfer queue, separate what queue. This is for loading assets, Ratchet. So if we have I don't mind talking about this, by the way. I do think this is a productive thing because it does make me think. If we are loading textures into our engine, you can avoid filling up the graphics queue with a bunch of stuff if you use the transfer queue, but it's not always as beneficial as you would think, right? So it's not, it's not like 100% guaranteed to be faster in every single case. If you don't have a dedicated transfer family, then you would... Yeah, exactly. So that's exactly right. That's exactly... Yeah, that's exactly right. So it's not... From my understanding, Wazda, it feels like... I don't know if this is true, but it feels like separate queues and doing all that are kind of like... I think it's still useful, but it's like not as important anymore. Like having full bind lists and having like indirect draw calls and that kind of stuff is like, for a faster renderer, is I think more important in general than like recording to a separate queue, as far as I'm aware. I haven't actually looked into this, but that's the vibe I've been getting. Like, less people have been talking about this stuff anymore. You know what I mean? Like, there's been talks, like I've read about like vulcanized talks and stuff. Like, no one's really talking about doing this anymore. I'm not saying it's like bad or anything or good, but it seems like it's gone. And I can vouch for Ratchet. He probably knows what he's talking about on this particular issue as well in the chat. So, dedicated transfer. Yep. Though consider the number of queues in a queue family that Vulkan reports is not. Yes. So that's, yeah, Ratchet's right. I forgot about that actually. Vulkan reports 16 graphics queues to me, but in reality they get merged into one single physical queue. So transfers will slow down computing graphics. So this is what I mean, like, as Vulkan's got more advanced, I forgot about that, the fact that, yes, you have one graphics queue that you push everything to, but behind the scenes you have, like, other queues, like, doing, you know, we don't have, like, one strict graphics queue. You can have, like, multiple, like, graphics queues all kind of running at the same time. You don't see that, though. That's all in the driver, as far as I'm aware. Feel free to correct me that on Ratchet. I do think he's more knowledgeable on this specific thing. I was told if there's no transfer queue, your hardware have... Sorry, so... I was told that if there is no transfer queue, your hardware doesn't have a separate transfer queue, a transfer engine, and that I should use the queue I use for rendering anyway. Yes. Yes, yeah. If you do transfers on the graphics queue, to be safe, and then like if you feel like you need that level of optimization where you're doing a lot of transfer work and you think it's a bit of a thing, right? Like I said, I don't think it's as important anymore. So I would say, like, it's worry about transfer queues further down the line, because it adds a lot of complication to your graphics, to your command buffer setup. Yeah, and if you don't have a transfer queue, fall back to use your main queue. You can do your main queue. So on the Twitch chat side, people have said, don't become a Twitch mod, apparently. If you haven't been one before, Twitch will send you emails telling you to join their academy on how to become a good Twitch moderator. Wow, that's an interesting thing. I can set the email rules if it contains certain no, that sounds good. Damn, you can add more roles than just mod and VIP. I have no idea. Oh yeah, host image. Yeah, copy is a newer one. But I think that's going to be in the future. Will you test this with Molten VK? No, I don't want to support Mac because I just don't own one. And yeah, so I'm going to leave out Molten VK. Apologies for all the Mac people in the out there in the world. Yeah, I think me and Ratchet are on the same page with this. I think we're just kind of sticking with one queue. Yeah, I think on the Twitch side as well, I can't give anyone a VIP until we hit 50 followers. according to the rules on the website. So, but this is only my third stream, so I'm not exactly like worrying about any of this kind of stuff. I believe if you're a VIP, you can send me links directly. Anyways, right, let's I'm gonna just lock in for a bit, which is, I've been fine with this conversation, by the way. Just right, what are we missing? We're missing KTH. So I've set this up, and in here we have yeah, we're getting there. Yeah, that's the thing. So yeah, where is this? That's what I need to know. KTX. That's what I'm looking for. Diffs. No? Where? Okay. So we need this KT. Where's this diff thing? Yeah, I'm trying to reduce the amount of files that I can get. I'm trying to get away with like less files. We might have to include text. Like, okay, this is a bit interesting. Yeah, it's fine to just send me questions. I just as many as you like. You can send me like 20 questions. You can chat as much as you want. I just won't necessarily reply to literally everything, which is you can probably understand that's completely chill beans. But you know, if something's important that you want me to actually reply to, you know, just keep me looking. Right, okay, so where is this bloody file called? So it's KTX, whoops, diff, oh, def. Oh, is this a generated thing from CMake? Oh, wrong. I really hope it isn't, because that would be kind of annoying. Nope, you don't exist. I bet it is. Okay. Okay, so let me look at the release then. Let me see what the difference is between the release. Also, you have 4K subs on YouTube. Do I? We reached 4K already? I know we were close. Whoops. Kind of lost the chat. We're 9 off. Well, we're very, very close. Let me just bring back the chat. I kind of lost you there. Didn't mean to do that. So when we download this release, what do we get? Because we might be getting too much data here, where things aren't. Why is there an EX executable? Yeah, I can vouch for Ratchet if he's answering your questions. He's probably spot on. What is this? What is this doing? Okay, it's installing something. What are you installing, sir? The precompiled library? I don't know. Sure. Okay, so it's basically nothing at all. Yeah, if it's going to be added to my path, I'm going to put it in the C. Definitely not a Java wrapper. Command line tools, sure. I don't know what we're installing here. Oh yeah, virus. Right, let's go into our C directory. Now I've installed that virus. Deleted system32. Fantastic. So program files. And this is K. Right, what is this? I have no clue what I've installed. Alright, so of course the Vulkan tutorial. Let's go to how to Vulkan, right? I think the intro sets up the libraries that we need. Okay, so that's just that. I want to download this. Yeah, so let's go to the repository and see what on earth's. So we have source, external. So what do you have in here? So there is include. So there's the platforms. We have the lib. Okay, so there's a bit more in here. Yeah, what is... Hang on a minute. This is 7 months old, which I don't think is that important. Yeah, do you have that include somewhere? No, you don't. This is completely different. So in my version, we have this just straight off rip. And I think we're gonna have to run the CMake CMake suite to get this working, right? So let's catch it with chat a little bit. Pause that just briefly. All right, so. Yeah, Ratchet's Spartan modelless, as far as I can tell, is it better performance to allocate staging buffers? Yeah, you want them host visible, definitely. Yep, directs memory access. Yep. GPU resources are written frequently to the GPU. Yep, CPU like uniform buffers. Yep. It boggles me how much of all of this you know. I wonder how much there is to learn. A lot, and I'm reading. I've got to read both Angelica. So yeah, I can't read both at the same time. Yeah, no, don't do that. Don't read the Twitch chat. All right, so you said virus OFMG. It's Haskell how to compression texture. Maybe this will help. This is your game engine. Okay. Cool. Yeah, post it in the. Let's have a look. Am I about to get my IP robbed? Right. Oh, I see. This is your setup. Yeah, thank you for that. This is what you use. Yeah, okay. I've caught up with Chatteroonie. There is no end indeed. Alright, so I'm just going to run the CMake then. I think that's the issue here. I hope there's a CMake kind of setup that we need to do. I mean, otherwise I'll just throw my version of what I need to do in here. Because I think what's happening is there is some, like, CMake shenanigans happening in this repository now where it kind of decompresses some... Well, not decompresses. It kind of, like, takes in some basic text files and kind of, like, builds up a .h file, which I've seen that before. So, unfortunately, we're going to have to, like, faff around with this and kind of see if we can make we can actually build KTX If we can't, then you know we'll have to figure out a way to do it, maybe through the 7-month-old version, which I don't want to use. But could you tell me in what file the asset streaming code is? In my new engine, we don't currently have that yet because I've been focusing on other things. That'd be the void engine. So in the air engine, that is in async loader, but it's not ideal. It's not the best, right? So if you want to look at that in the air engine, which is also on my GitHub, it's if you look for asynchronous loader, right? Then you should be good. You'll kind of see like how that system kind of works. It's using NKTS as a scheduler. But anyway, right, we need to go into void. Copy these two. But that's for my code. I'm sure. I think Ratchet might have stuff that's doing this in his engine. No, clean. Thank you. So we'll see what this does. Just pray to goodness that it actually generates these files. Alright, cool. So we have... Where's the build directory gone? There. Okay. Now I should be able to build this. Do you really want to see my dumbass loading? It's probably good. It's probably... I wouldn't be too hard on yourself. So, Snacksy. Ugh. No, I can just check. It's a DLL. So we can't run it, but we can build it, so... I mean, maybe we could build this into a static library and kind of just load it in without having to compile it every single time. Okay, I want to do the simplest thing first, and if we do that, we lose the ability unless we have the GDB files to step into the code. So what I'm going to do... Sure. Thanks for answering all my questions. Yeah, no problem. And thank you for actually for helping along with the questions too. It's always nice to find these things out. Anyway, so set start project. That's what I'm after. A question: can you build? No. You fail on some kind of configuration. But I don't care. I want to grab this thing. I think. The DF files. Do you exist? Yeah, so there's some, annoying... right. So I'll just let this kind of go. Do what it wants to do. Even if it fails, hopefully we get something out of it. So it couldn't generate the version file. Okay. And it failed to link a bunch of stuff. Right, let's just have a look around what's happened. So all I really care about, to be honest, is the lib defs. So is KTX... Does this exist yet? DF? It doesn't exist. Why, bro? How are you including something that can't even run? Really? Are you making a general purpose game engine or a specific one for your game? Second one, yes. BRB50M says 214. Sure. Not sure what that means. But let's bring those numbers up to 60. Anyway, yeah, so it's very specific, my game engine, on purpose, so I can actually hopefully ship stuff. Where is the... Is this what I want to run? So I'm just going to try and run this. So version.h doesn't work. I'm just going to build like what I can here. Okay, so this does build. You build. You build, apparently. Well, actually, don't know. This might be a continuous integration thing, which I don't care about at all. Alright, let's... Why is this so difficult? So the source code at this point maybe is a bit very different. I mean, technically this is the release anyway, so... What? Oops. Bro's nose is void as never before. No, I'm not annoyed. I'm just kind of confused more than anything. I'm like, why is this happening? This is the, have you ever heard of the, alright, I think I need to kind of start again. Alright, we'll just leave that now. There's this, motorcycle repair. It's something like motorcycle repair and like Zen Buddhism or something. It's like a modern philosophy book. It's, well, modern-ish, right? And it talks about how to repair a motorcycle while also like contemplating on like life and stuff at the same time. The reason I bring that up is because it brings up this idea of like you may be trying to repair your motorcycle, right, and take off the body so you can actually do some like work on the engine or whatever. I'll yap while this is downloading. And what ends up happening is that, let's just pretend, for example, there's a screw that you can't get out, right? And this, you may have, I don't know, a cylinder issue or something like that, like something or like a really serious. But if you can't get the screw out to remove the bodywork to get at the engine, then it gets very frustrating, right? Can you imagine like this single screw? Like it just won't come out no matter whatever you do. You spend hours and hours and hours trying to get this one screw out of the body of your motorcycle. It may even be like you may have like fantasies of like picking up your motorcycle and throwing it off a bridge at this point because it's just so irritating. And this is like sometimes, you know, what game development is like for us, right? Sometimes there is like the equivalent of something like a library that won't compile. I want to do the I don't know, interesting parts of the compression, texture stuff, right? The having all these kind of stuff, but I can't get past that until I get the screw off, right? If that makes sense, right? To tie it back to the metaphor. And what it says is like, well, if you think about it, the screw is now the most important part of the repair when it comes to your motorcycle, right? It kind of takes on a even more important than, say, the cylinder issue that you want to look at for your motorcycle in the engine itself. This is like the most important thing now, right? And if you treat it like that, then you kind of like it's easy to like respect the problem and kind of like take a step back and like realize that this is, you know, not going away anytime soon. Like taking off the screw, in this case the final screw, is the most important thing, right? Because I think the reason that you get frustrated is because you think it's like an unimportant task that's getting in the way of the actual important task, right? So, you know, if you reestablish how important this is, you know, getting this library to compile in our case, then it kind of like reestablishes like why is it important, you know? Anyway, so that's just something I like to think about every now and again. Because like this is becoming the most important part of the day, right? Just getting this working. We might not get anything else done today. You know, just imagine that. Like we spend, because I'm going to spend a lot of time streaming today. Well, I plan to at least. We'll see what happens. But it's possible that I spend all day on this. And there it is. Look, there's the diff file. That's exactly what we needed. So for some reason this is here and it's not in the other. I don't know why. Okay, so Fantastic, right? We can use this. I'm going to use this instead. I don't really understand. The problem is I've made a submodule and it's kind of awkward to remove submodules. Alright, what I'm going to do then is remove the build because that's just going to... Would it be interesting for you guys? I don't know if this is like... Because we're close to 4K subscribers on YouTube, would it be cool to like stick a little tracker down in the bottom corner? If you think that's like, I don't care, then it's fine. Like we did last time. I can quickly set that up if you think it'd be cool to like watch. You just got to be prepared for the number to go down. Right, let's get rid of this. So if I go in here, do we not have this diff? Yeah, we don't have it, do we? And if I look at my release, oops, let's leave that there. I go into, so we want to keep this here. I go into include. So just straight include instead of lib include. Let's go to. Yeah, we don't have include in here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to remove this submodule. I think it's just not built for what I'm trying to do. There's no like include just straight up here. There's an include inside here, but it doesn't have the def file, so I don't really know how you even build this project, to be honest. It's like completely different. There's no indication of this file. What is it called? It's called, let's look for this folder. Does this exist anywhere? No, it's here. Okay, so it's, for some reason, whoa, no, go back. It's in, I want to see the file path, please. So we might be able to use it if we can, what? Okay. I have no idea why this was not turning up. But anyway, okay, so this is in a completely different location. I think we could work with this. And this is the submodule. Yeah, okay, it's here. So we need a second include, which takes all this in. And let's just see if it's the same file. Last time I just included it as a subdirectory. Oh, I see. You just connected the CMaker together. I kind of want to. What I'm trying. Why am I taking my time with this? I want to try and reduce how many files we have for this particular piece of software. I don't think we need everything. For now, anyway. I want to kind of add them in slowly, if that makes sense, so we don't. So our compilation time doesn't go up by too much by adding this library. That's my motivation. It could be like a bad motivation, but anyway, that's my motivation. Right. Okay. So yeah, I'm personally fine with this taking hours. To go back to what I was saying, other people maybe not, but I am totally fine with this taking hours and hours and hours. Okay, we need vendor. So I'm going to try it this way. If this doesn't work, we'll try and remove the submodule and just use the source code from the official release. Why did I say lib? Oh no, that's right. Duh. Right, let's oh, okay. Can I caps and say, yeah, replace this with dear. Yeah, fantastic. Skip header. Yeah. Cool. That should be right. Escape point. If you hack up every single library, how do you update them? I'm not going to hack it up. I'm just going to not include them, all the source files, if that makes sense, right? So the whole source file is going to exist, but it's going to not. I'm not going to touch this at all. It's still going to be here, but I'm going to try to include as little as possible in the external source file, in the external library. So it's still going to be updatable. Huge respect for dealing with missing C++ build system. Thank you. Yes, it's a tough one sometimes. Is huge respect. Is that going to be an engine or just a game? It's going to be kind of both. The CMake lists are also part of the source code. Someone maintains them, and yes, that's fine. Yeah, I'm not touching the CMake. This is my CMake. So I'm just gonna grab like the external file thing. I see what you're saying though. You could, if we update the library and then this thing disappears, we will have to fix it in our code. Is that an issue? Maybe. Because I maybe will forget this. Alright, that's a good point actually. Because I've got like it is a bit weird what's going on here. We've got 3 includes. Alright, let's get rid of the submodule then. Yeah, because what's going to end up happening if I update this and you move this bloody thing out? And I'm like, what the hell's going on? Why is the KTX software not working again? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, everything's in a single library, that's right. The downside of what I have done, have I deleted everything? I shouldn't have deleted files, but I have removed them from my CMake. Let's just check for a minute. I'm just a bit paranoid now. Why are we on this? It's like fell out of the playlist. I mean, I don't mind this, but it's got a misty bog. YouTube does this sometimes. It just doesn't know what to do. It just doesn't put you in the... Because the music would stop immediately afterwards. Anyway. So Jolt Physics, have I deleted vehicle stuff? Like an idiot. I think I have. I remember doing something dumb. Let me just check. Now, because I need all the source code there. Let me git stash this, actually. That's going to fix anything that I've messed around with in here. Because I think I did this in anger rather than, like, logic. Wait, is this not a submodule? Yeah, bear with me a minute. This is something we might end up just working with our build systems a lot today. So Jolt Physics is the physics engine I'm using, rather than writing my own, which I have done in the past. And I don't want to do it again because it takes a long time and it's very difficult. So what I'm going to just look for is, I don't know if I've done this yet, but I want to make sure that I haven't messed around with this basically. And I can actually check my submodules just to check it. Is it a submodule? It doesn't. It looks okay right now. I need to uninstall 10x. So we have SDL. Don't know what it's called. Force. No, we don't. Okay, so Jolt is not a submodule. That's good to know. And I hope that I've just. So where's the vehicle stuff, I think? Okay, so there's vehicle. We don't have vehicle stuff in our code specifically because we're not going to do that. So I need to go into my repository here and check. This is just a dump of the current. When I downloaded this, which was the April, yeah. Good morning, Roman. How you doing, dude? Thank you for joining us. Hope your day is going well. Let me just think for a minute. Physics? No, we do. Okay, so we do have vehicle stuff, right? That's fine. I don't mind that, as long as I can just copy and paste this over and then not break everything. But I need to remove a submodule because that's just going to be super awkward, and we're going to have to do the same thing. And we just have a second library in here, which is just copied and pasted code from a release. Okay, so I don't know how to remove a submodule because it's kind of something you don't really do very often. And if you do it wrong, it kind of stays around forever. It's very dangerous. If you just delete the folder, you've got to do it through Git. Yeah, please. Yeah, you can see there's a bit more going on here. Yeah, so I don't know if this exists. Yeah, unfortunately, one of the most annoying it is very annoying to remove a submodule. To be honest, it's really easy to add one. It's really hard to remove them. So I'm just gonna catch up with chat after this, I think, before we begin. In a general purpose engine, what would you do if the user needs different vertex formats? Like one model needs UV and the other needs color. Can't find any other solution than letting the user code the vertex shaders. And letting the user code the vertex shader, which is probably not ideal. Different vertex formats. So you're talking about like vertex attributes that get sent into the vertex shader, and sometimes they won't be there, so it's kind of like throwing off the engine. Is that what you're talking about there? I would say instead of having vertex attributes, perhaps do something called vertex pulling, where you put all the vertex data into a generic buffer. I'll show you what that means. It's a bit of revision, so we have my vertex shader, right? You can see that there's no in here, right? In vertex shader would be how you send in vertex attributes with the yeah, this is what I think me and Ratchet basically do the same thing. So we don't have like a texture coordinates here with What I think we both have is we have like a generic buffer that just has vertex data in, and then we pull out the data. Now the thing is, we still have the same problem, but for example, I demand that you have position, tangents, normals, and texture coordinates. Well, I didn't demand these. I demand at least tangents. Yes, you need all these basically. Now, why is that? I got a specific case. What you would need to do, unfortunately, though, is have a default case, right? So it'd be like if not here, then vec3 position equals something, right? It needs to equal something per index. So I don't know what that would be. That's kind of like really... I don't think you would have a non-position. That would be kind of strange. But, you can think about tangents. You can work out tangents with the normal vectors, but if you don't have either, it's like, what are you supposed to do with that data? Assuming that you're going to use that in the fragment shader for lighting. Like, this is why I enforce that the models must have tangent data in their models. Now, other engines, again, like you said, have to like kind of build their own stuff, but it's kind of like you're signing yourself up for a lot of extra work here, where you have to kind of like, work based on the vertex positions. You need to calculate the normals, then you can calculate the tangents, then you can and then like, what should a default texture be? It's kind of like, I think you can probably get away with just being like a quad if there's no textures or anything. Like a very simple texture coordinate with just like zeros and maybe even. But yeah, you're gonna have to have like a way to, parse this differently. Yo, 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 yo. Nyan, how you doing, dude? So yeah, yeah, be aware of that. Vertex pulling does allow you to do this. Like, you don't have to fill up these vertex attributes anymore, because you're not using technically the official vertex buffer. You're kind of making a generic buffer which has vertex data in it. But again, you're signing yourself up for a bunch of work trying to work this out yourself, assuming that there's default assuming there's default values, right? I would assume that you need position data. I don't think you can get around that, but outside of that, you have to do all the maths yourself. And it has to make sense in every, in models that don't have any data. So it's kind of tricky, right? Yeah, but what about Unreal or Unity? Where this use is not necessary to make. They probably just do. They probably just do the maths and stuff like that. Yeah, and Ratchet's right there. You've got to be careful with pipeline. Yeah, pipelines get insanely complicated. Yeah, Ratchet's 100% right on that one in the YouTube chat. Is there any particular reasons, said Roman in the Twitch chat, you use Vulkan versus alternative graphics libraries? I was using OpenGL for a while, and I was like, well, I want to make sure that my engine is supported 20, 30 years in the future or whatever, for the games that I want to make. So I was like, you know what? It makes sense to move to Vulkan, because eventually I'm probably going to have to move to Vulkan at some point. Even if it's not soon, it's going to have to be at some point if I want to keep developing this. So yeah, I just moved on to what was OpenGL 2, right? Obviously there's OpenGL 2, but the sequel to OpenGL. So that's why I've never used DirectX, and so I didn't really have any reason to learn DirectX. I would be learning things from scratch anyway, so I kind of went with Vulkan. So there's no benefit over one over the other really. I just decided to choose it because I wanted to, and yeah, that was basically it. Only on startup I haven't used the pipeline cache. They reduce pipeline. Yeah, the problem is with having a lot of different pipelines, the interactions between things get complicated too, right? It's not just like that everything takes a long time to build. It's like, okay, if you have like games can get up to 100,000 graphics pipelines, by the way. Like, that's not unseen. So if you imagine you have 100,000 graphics pipelines, because you have transparency, non-transparency, you have translucent, you have non-translucent, you can imagine that if you're doing this for every single type of graphics pipeline that exists, along with compute shaders that have their own thing, yeah, you have to and you have to rebuild the graphics pipeline caches every driver update. Yeah, you've made the engine a lot more complicated to deal with, right? So there's a lot of complications that you kind of add to it, because it's like combinatorics explosion of kind of what's going on here. And it's tough. It's and adding extra constraints to the engine simplifies things down. Like I said, I demand that every user has, which is me, right? It's not going to be anyone else really using this. Position, tangent, normal, texture coordinates. Like, every model has these things. Well, if they don't necessarily have texture coordinates. I can get around that, but because there are default ones. But you have to have these three. Okay, maybe not this one, but these three. These have to exist, and that makes my aligning code a lot easier, right? It makes this a lot simpler because of that. Like, there's a lot less I have to do because of that, right? So the complexity of your shaders get simpler. The amount of graphics pipelines and stuff that you have gets smaller by adding constraints. What's changed? What are you complaining about? I don't know what I've changed in this. What on earth are you complaining about? Oh, okay, yeah, just a bunch of demo code. 100k pipelines, yeah, never heard. Needing more than 20 pipelines. Haven't invested that much time in Vulkan, but wow, yeah. I think a really bad one was Hogwarts Legacy. Like, the loading all that's doing is it's compiling the shaders and generating the graphics pipelines. Like, it just takes forever as well. It's so annoying. On my computer anyway, even with like decent RAM, it just takes forever. Like, it's like, ugh. And that's like an Unreal Engine game. So yeah, 100k it can get up to 100k ish. My only experience, says Roman, is extremely basic stuff in C with STL2. Oh, STL2, yeah, sick. I did some STL2 stuff back in the day. So this feels like an entire different world. Sounds like a reasonable decision. Yeah. Yeah, it's just picking these things and making your life easier, basically. How do you become proficient in C++? How many years did it take for you? It took me a while, but I think you can learn it very quickly. If you go through I've got a like how to learn C++ for graphics programming on my Discord roadmap if you're interested. But yeah, learn cpp.com. It's a free resource that gets updated. I definitely recommend going through that. It's a bit dry sometimes, but it's honestly like you'll get good. So yeah, go through that. Yeah. Oh, my chat is disconnected apparently. I don't know what that means. Am I still live? Yeah. Looks like it looks like it's a Twitch thing. I'll just refresh the Twitch. Right, so why are you connecting to chat the whole time? Ah, 20 followers on Twitch. Very nice. We're getting close. 5 off. You see, yeah, it's multiplicative. Yeah, that's why it gets complicated, right? It's the multiplicative effect of like having completely different, slightly varying different pipelines that all need to kind of do slightly different things, and then yeah, it gets insane. And yeah, and a big example would be Hogwarts Legacy. Anyway, I'll just pray and hope that the Twitch chat is. Yeah, so bear with me on the Twitch chat. Okay, so the Twitch chat is connect endlessly for me too. Must be a platform issue for them. Okay, cool. Thank you for that. Say Trey. Thank you. We'll see. I'm sorry for the Twitch chat. I don't know what's going on there. Anyway, let's continue onwards. Right, removing submodules, that's what we're doing, so I'm just going to kind of rock on with that for now. Because I've made a bit of a mistake. I think this is my submodule, so I'm going to take the path to that. I don't know if it's the absolute path, but I'm just going to do that. Just because it's easier. Does it need to be in quotes? Does it need to be relative? I don't know. I'll go with relative for now. Probably put it in a quote. Nope. Where's the path? Maybe it's just this. Oh, I didn't do the full path. I've got to do KTX. Alright, I'm going to have to concentrate because I could easily mess this up. Okay, so let's just get the full path then. So we're getting close. Nice, thank you. Okay, looks like it deleted it as well. Very good. So it deinitialized it. Remove that, and go into the submodule file, which I know exists, so get rid of this. What else do we need to do? Yeah, this is a complicated set of things that we need to do. So we don't make a mistake. Okay. So we can remove that directory, remove the file, and path to submodule. Open the .config file and remove. Okay, so okay, that sounds good. Remove that. .config and KTX should be here somewhere. If not, it's probably already deleted it, which is nice. So I'm GUI, mess optimizer. Yeah, I don't think anything's in here. That's just nice. Okay, cool. Next is, what's the next step? And then just commit it. And then clean up the, okay. Alright, I'll do that as well. And oh, I didn't, never mind. I kind of already done that. Okay, so yeah, we can commit this, which is fine. But anyway, I think we're good now. I think in general, I think Git is not going to be hopefully broken. Yeah, you got to be careful with removing stuff from Git in the wrong way. It can completely break everything. Okay, so there's a new file, which is not right. Maybe I do need to remove it through Git. Okay, I'm just going to remove it anyway. Git. What I'm going to do is pointlessly... Why is the Twitch chat completely busted? I do apologize, people on Twitch, that you can't chat. I've refreshed it a couple of times and we're still busted. Where'd my message go? I'm not sure. It seemed to delete it for some reason. What's the modern approach for descriptors, legacy, descriptor indexing, descriptor buffers? Descriptor buffers are deprecated. Oh, that sucks. Make sure your graphics driver is up to date. That might be it, but if it isn't, kind of telling you to turn your computer on and off there. But I wonder if there's. Let me check on OBS real quick and see if there's like. No, it's still it's busted here as well. I could Google this maybe. What does this mean? I don't know. Let's just Google this real quick. I'll pause this because I'm not doing anything useful. I think we're basically done. Twitch. What does that mean? Does that mean all the chats are broken? Oh, okay, we're back, it looks like. We're back on the other computer, maybe. I don't know about OBS, but it looks like we're back on the other screen. So it looks like I'll assume that's going to work in a minute. Anyways, hello Heisenberg. Let's continue on. Descriptor buffers. I don't use any of those. I don't use descriptor heaps. I don't know why that's becoming the meta. I thought I'm using buffer device address for accessing buffers. So I guess I'm skipping descriptors altogether. Yeah, so I'm not using any descriptor stuff, if I was to be correct. Is that right, Ratchet? When you use a buffer device address, when you're accessing a buffer with a buffer device address, you're skipping descriptor sets, descriptors in general. Don't you need textures? Descriptor buffers does not mean accessing them with... Descriptor buffers does not mean accessing buffers with descriptors. Right, I see. It's something else. Right, I'm probably unfamiliar then with descriptor buffers. Don't you need textures? There is a method called bindless textures, which is like a whole way of doing things. I don't know what. I don't know what's deprecated and what isn't deprecated, to be honest, with when it comes to textures. But I'm just using what I've learned back in the day, and I've kind of stuck with it. Yeah, I use descriptor indexing. Yeah. Because that's what I activate. But I don't know what's like the meta anymore when it comes to that kind of stuff. And you can see that with my textures in here. I kind of just index into a buffer, right? Global textures, just an index into them. Me too, actually. Yeah, I have no idea what's, you know, at some point you kind of gotta, I guess, just get on with other stuff sometimes. I don't know. Maybe that's foolish, but who knows. Descriptor heaps are the meta now, I see. Gotta wait a few years before using them. Got ya. Right. Descriptor heaps. Damn. They're just a bit more complicated than indexing. Because it's it's a heap. It's not. It's a heap data structure, right? As I am aware, right? Not the heap. So yeah. I know they're a bit well, you can do a heap sort, and I know that's really strange the way that works compared to other sorting algorithms. So that's why I'm thinking like, oh no, do I have to like learn this weird data structure type thing? Anyway, let's try and do. We've done a lot of revision today, which is nice. I actually don't know. I don't think I've used descriptor buffers really. Anyway, I am going to say that while submodule is clean, we're just going to do an RM RF. RM RF on. I guess we don't need to do a recursive really. Delete. I'm just going to make that folder again because I think it wants to delete it through Git, so it doesn't get confused. Yeah, undo delete. That's actually quite nice. So KTX software. Let me know if people can chat on. If you, I know you probably can't let me know, but I'm assuming that we can chat on Twitch. I might even chat myself and see if I can do it. Let's see, test. Yeah, okay, so it is coming through. I just had to check. Oh, what am I doing? Yeah. Vendor / that. Please stage your changes before stashing them. What do you mean? Oh, I've got to add. Okay. Very awkward. Removed KTX as a texturing thing as a submodule. Submod. You will. Oh, okay. I'm adding everything. That's fine. Whatever. Alright, we'll push this up. Lets you do descriptor data itself, helped out with some CPU bound applications like DirectX. Heaps allow you to do everything, descriptor buffers and more. I see. Heaps work more. Works mostly like Direct 12 descriptor heaps, yeah. Alright. Okay, so now if I do this, you should be able to just delete this without any issue. Could not find that status. Right, okay, so hopefully I'm just going to have to do that, I guess, as well. Clean up cleaned up some KTX stuff. File stuff. I kind of accidentally pushed a bit too much, but it's fine. I don't think it's going to be a big issue. Alright, cool. Now we can do what we were supposed to do the whole time, which was not... which is just copy and pasting this source code into... This is a very strange library. Why is this library like this? Holy moly. You can't do git submodule. You have to paste in this thing. It's very strange. So yeah, you can chat apparently in... What is it called? Twitch. Jeez, why is it called that? I guess it doesn't really matter. Right, let's go into our CMake and start doing this properly. As far as I'm aware, I still want... Alright, fine, we'll do it like this. So we can technically upgrade it a little easier in the future. Makes my CMake a bit faffier though. Alright, where's the vendor code? Yeah. It's Alt. Is it Shift? No. Alright, whatever. Okay, and... Now we need to figure out exactly what we need to include, which I think are these two directories. But it's a little different now. Did we ever... We didn't use this, did we? No. Right, okay, so that's done. Then we can go into this and have a look around. So we have an include, thank goodness. Right, so that needs to be included in the... Let's just include, which is nice. And other include, I think. Other include, so that's for everything, yeah, dependent on that. As far as I'm aware, that should just kind of work. Let's just see. We have an error. Let's have a look. What's the error say? Source. Okay, where's the source then? So we can't find... Oh, it's just in lib. Okay, that's fine. Very strange, but hey. Cool. Let's do that again. Got an error. Can't find lib. Oh, right. Yes. Good observation there. Let's rebuild. There we go. Yeah, okay, so it's stopped lagging there as well. Nice. What browser do I use? Firefox. I know what I did. Fantastic. Yeah, thanks for helping out in chat, by the way, Ratchet, and answering these questions. You're probably doing a better job than I would have. So yeah, very much appreciated, honestly. Yeah. Okay, so what have we got here? Could not open unused, which is fine. We can probably just include that. Where's unused? Unused, unused, unused. That's probably the only thing left. So unused.h. Unused.h. That is in utils. Okay, so we need utils, obviously. I assume we can just include that straight up. Okay. Right, let's get that in. Okay. So utils, where's utils? There. Okay, yes. So there's a couple of things in here probably just needed to be included directly in the library, so we can build this bastard. So warning. What's this? Inconsistent DLL linkage. Hash. What does that mean? We'll have a look. We'll build and see what happens. I don't know if I need the bloody DLL. Alright, let's scroll up. And do utils. So, where's this used? Copy down here. I'm just going to include them both. Right, so there you go. And let's chain all your stuff together. Hopefully, now we can rebuild, reload, and give this a run. Again, give this a shot. So we get a could not open platform. Okay, platform, where's that? Should we just include all these files? External, no. What is it called? It's called... It's not like that mistake again where I'm looking for the wrong file. Where? I can't see. Yep, what's the path, my guy? It does exist here, but I can't see the path. This is useless. Oh, finally. Okay, tooltip to the rescue. So it's other. Oh, okay, right. Let's just have a look. No, KHR. Swap C, which is where. I thought I did this. Maybe I didn't. Okay. Or I've got it wrong. The path's probably different. That's probably what it is. So it's lib slash. Okay, so go back in here. What is this actually path? So it's just other includes and then slash KHR. So we should have the KHR. Goes back to CMake. Yep, you can definitely store pointers to buffers. That's exactly how buffer device address works. Often a good technique is to throw it into a push constant, but I'm sure Ratchet will tell you more about that if he's up for it. Yeah, okay, so that's the mistake there. Okay, so problem solved, I think. We just had a bad path. So let's try this again, once more with feeling. Build. So we are getting close. We don't have VK. So we need the Vulkan includes, apparently. Which I don't have. No, where's this thing? Yeah. Don't I have this? Okay, interesting. So this is external. Yeah, okay, so we don't have the Vulkan include, so just throw this in here as well. Please be no more stuff I have to throw in here. We have 3 separate includes, which is kind of nuts. So I can find these files. Right, come on. We are making progress. We're seeing different errors each time, which is nice. Reload, indeed. And build. Maybe we get a linker error or something awkward. Alright, so I know what this error means. Literally never seen it before. So what are you talking about? What is this? I've never seen inconsistent DLL linkage as a warning. I don't know what that means. Yeah, let's not go there. Let's actually learn about it first. Two definitions in a file differ from their DLL import. Escape point. Try not to reinvent the universe. Challenge, yeah. You're not wrong there. What I'm trying to figure out now, I'm just trying to do it just the correct way, right? I'm not trying to do it any... Okay, this is just not playing. Oh, no, it is. Oops. Apologies. I'm just trying to link it in, you know? I'm not trying to do anything fancy. With the least amount of libraries possible, but... Sorry, files. I don't know why that's... Oh, maybe... hang on. Just real quick. Okay, this is really loud. How is that for you guys? I think it's... Let's turn it down just a touch. Yeah, let's throw this at the... Because we're getting close to 4K subscribers. Let's see. How do I make this just... I've forgotten. There we go. Take this out. New window. Oh, thank you for the subscribers, guys. Subscriptions. And I'll we'll make it small on the bottom of the screen or something. I don't know how this is gonna work, but yeah, let's see. Just gonna make it very small. And then like this. Gonna scroll it over, scroll down. Yeah, thanks for staying subscribed as well, guys. There we go. That is live. I don't know how to make this stick. Maybe we'll keep checking on it instead. Yeah, we'll keep checking on it because it's going to be very awkward to kind of have this kind of like lying around. I'm back. Haven't taken a shower in 4 days. You probably needed one then. Anyway. Inconsistent DLL linkage. Let's get what this does. So the following example shows how to generate right, what do we have here? What? See, delete this line or the line above to resolve this. How does this... The following example generates that error. To fix it, delete the redeclaration of printf underscore. Okay. So it looks like, as far as I'm aware, if I go to this error... Oh, for goodness sake, just search, please. Right, so we have the two... Okay. I see. So it looks like... Okay, I think I understand. I think I understand what I need to do. I think I've included too much stuff in the CMake, if that makes sense. So if I go into here, I think I need this out. So this is for the library itself, right? And if I build that, I think we should be good. I mean, we might not be, but we'll see. Because if there's 2 instances of the same file, then this might just not compile, though. It might be missing some includes. Could not open that file. Okay, so the question is, what do I do? Okay, I need to remove this from somewhere. Maybe not here then. Control Z? You're not letting me undo? Why? Okay, we've got to get rid of this error, otherwise we're just going to get some weird DLL issues. So what I'm going to try and do is get rid of this then in the main directory and just link in the library directly, but I don't know if we're just going to have access to these function declarations. I don't know how this is going to work, if you know what I mean, right? Yeah, so this builds the library, but I don't really know like what we're supposed to do. You know, if I remove this, does this get rid of the error? Oh, error warning. So it should be able to build this. No. Where do these files come from? Hang on. Are they all from the same thing? Alright, let's get rid of... No, it's just... I don't really know. I'm a bit lost here, to be honest. I followed the tutorial. Is the KTX file, which would be in texture.c. Let's turn that down just a touch. So there we go. Da-da-da. 6 off. So wow, the errors / warnings message are so cryptic with even Haskell compilers has better error messages. Yeah, you have to look them up sometimes. I think that's the thing. In OBS you can... Ooh, really? You can have a new tab. The web source embedded in it. Ooh, that's actually quite good. How do I do that? Yeah, that can go there, I guess. It doesn't really matter. Alright, and if we take you, maybe this will work. This will be quite small, so maybe like 200 by 200 or something. I don't want it to be too big. Sign in with email. Okay. That did not go as well as I wanted. Unless it's too small. No, I don't see any of that here in the OBS. No, I think that was for some reason that didn't. I need to sign in. Yeah, let me make that bigger. That was a bit of a fail. So 800 by 800. Getting a lot of. Yeah, okay, so it's not letting me. Awkwardly, I can't even navigate that. So yeah, that's not gonna work. Whoops! Let's not break the whole stream. You need to sign in. You need to sign in because different. It's because it's a web browser. How do I sign in? So it's like a private browser, right? Right, I think I have my timer running. So yeah, another subscriber. Thank you for that. And thank you for the follows on Twitch, by the way. I know people are. Right, so if I go into here, not local file, is there a way to read access? Yes. No, none of these. Okay, that's just for that. Sorry, you can't, let me, no, it's not quite working. I don't know how to sign in on this browser thing. Sadly, that would be cool if it would work, but it's just okay. One more try. So if I do this, then is there anything I can do? Yeah, I don't think I can access. If you know what I mean, I can't access this. Like I can't log in on this screen. And I don't think there's a... Never mind. I apologize for faffing around so much. We'll just remove that now. We'll just keep checking in on it. I don't know how to... Yeah. Okay. Right. DLL inconsistent usage. So this is the... Let's look at this. So get data size. You have this here. Now if I do this, where does this take me? Texture.c. And then here, and then I go here. Yeah, there's two. Why is there two declarations? I'm so confused. There we go. I'll just keep checking on that. Okay, so in the How to Vulkan code, literally his CMake is as simple as it gets. And I don't understand why his doesn't have this. Go to Sasha Williams. There we go. Okay. So tutorial. No, that's the wrong thing. Source, sorry. CMake.c, right? He has these included. That's it. Oh wait, he has okay, so he includes external. Okay, so right. Right, poop. You got someone stabbed. I know. They're about to break in now. Someone's what is it called? I can't even joke about it because people might. You never know in the future. Who knows? Squatted. Oh, swatted. Yeah, we don't have the SWAT in the UK, so we just have the old bobbies who give me a right telling off. Anyway, yeah, getting squatted. Right, okay, so let's that's where I made my mistake. Oh, we can't press Ctrl Z for some reason. We can't undo this file for unknown reasons. Yeah, so I do apologize for being a bit all over the place today. But like I said, we're going to be working on this for hours today, so it's not too much of an issue. That goes there, and then we're going to go down here, and instead of this lib, what we're going to do is get out of this. We're going to do external. And apparently this is like where it gets its files from, which it doesn't. in my code because it doesn't exist, right? I know it's lib. External KH. Okay, don't freak out. Yeah. No, okay. I'm so lost here. I don't know how to use this. So, Ratchet just says add submodule. Right, I'm giving up on this in my way of doing it. Ah, man, this software is written like a poopy. Which includes my software too, so... Alright, we're gonna just have to do it this way. Oh, boring. Alright, get rid of this. And then get rid of these. Yeah, we don't need any of them. And we're gonna get rid of these. And we're just gonna add submodule. Oh, subdirectory. And then we're just gonna forget about this and never talk about this again. Unfortunately, that means our compilation is going to slow or whatever. I'm over this at the moment. Alright, cool. And why are you complaining? There we go. Blah 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 blah. Which is not an existing directory. Oh, didn't do slash. Let's do that again. Alright, yep. So now this is gonna do all this as well. Fantastic. This better build. Yep, okay, so now we just got everything in here that we're not supposed to have. Fantastic. Great. Added the submodule in. Okay, that doesn't build either. Great. Okay, next. Let me just try and do the lib then. Let's see. Is there a thing in here that has a CMake file or something? Please say yes. That would be near the top when it... Nope. Okay, it doesn't. Okay, so when I'm trying to include this, what do I need to submodule then? Because clearly now I've got every single submodule under the sun, including all the testing stuff, and some of this doesn't even work. And now the compilation takes forever. Yeah, so... and if I was to edit this, we would end up with a bunch of... is there a reason you use Vulkan and not something more practical, such as OpenGL/WebGL? Well, I guess we can, while this finishes, look at this. OBS has a dock section up at the top. Maybe you can do a custom browser dock rather than the studio thing. Maybe we'll keep is this? Yeah, it's more to challenge myself, to be honest. So that's and I just wanted to make sure that this is going to be working in the future. When I know OpenGL drivers aren't going anywhere, but yeah. So we have a bunch of project files that don't even work. I just want this one though. I don't want anything else. Can I build this? Does this work? Just this by itself? No. I can't open versions.h because version.h hasn't been generated from the CMake file. Fantastic. Where do you live? Oh, this is very, very, very annoying. I'm allowed to be irritated, by the way. Doesn't mean I'm not Alright, so this I think was even a bigger failure. So I'm just going to go back. I live in Europe. Yes, I'm in Europe. I'm in the UK. So, oh yeah, we can't press Control Z because Visual Studios is being Visual Studios. Let's just put it that way. So now we've lost all our work for the old way we were doing things, which is great. Oh, good, these are at least here. Right, cool. Right, just build them back in, one step at a time. So if I go to here and take his files, which he's done, so we'll just take them like we did last time, and we'll throw them in here, and then we'll throw in, instead of K, this thing. We'll take our lovely library, which is perfect in every way, doesn't do anything wrong ever. And we need the vendor as well. Maybe I should just get rid of this vendor thing. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. I'm just being a bit of a narky. I'm just enjoying myself being a bit of a moany head right now. Hopefully that's okay with you guys. I consider switching too many times, but when I ask people to do X or Y is faster, I was always told it depends on the hardware, and optimizing for things on each GPU seems really tedious. You will get faster on OpenGL depending on what you do. Multi-threading is a big thing. It's really difficult. Where do you live? Without some context, person living. Ah, okay, sorry, I didn't understand 214. You will. There's a lot of there is some hidden benefits to not using OpenGL, for example. I don't know about the others. I'm not going to comment on them. One big thing with OpenGL, which may kick you in the butt, is the fact that you have to be aware that OpenGL does a bunch of stuff behind the scenes and that you don't have control over. So it's possible, for example, that you say, for example, build your game on Windows, and then you build a binary for, I don't know, for Linux, and then you go on, I don't know, for some reason the distros work weird on like Catchy OS and Arch-based Linux for AMD GPU specifically, because there's some like weird inconsistency between these drivers, right? Because there's something in like some driver versions that don't quite work in the way that you'd expect, because there's assumptions built in that everyone's following other than the AMD drivers on Arch Linux, right? So because you're doing a lot of the driver work in Vulkan yourself, and not all of it, there's definitely some driver work there's a lot of driver work, to be honest, that's still being done, but there's even more for OpenGL. So it's not always a given that OpenGL is easier in every single case, right? Oh, I see. I answered. I understand the joke. Thank you. Does the same thing apply for NVIDIA? Yeah, people complaining about. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So, I'm not saying that. I'm just using AMD as an example. This could be Intel drivers. This could be Qualcomm if you want to be on a mobile or whatever. Like Vulkan allows more consistency because you have more control, right? So, oops. But does that mean faster? Does that mean consistent? You could mess it up in a way. Like I've messed it up in the past. This is assuming that you've got your Vulkan properly done, right? It's often the case, like especially for, I guess, newer people, that's not actually going to be the case because you just made a mistake. It's causing things to not work. So in the way that you would expect. But at least at the very least, you should be aware of what's going on. Oh, what am I doing? I'm being a dumb. Assuming that you've got good validation layers 10. That's all theory based, right? That's like So we are assuming here that you've perfectly implemented both OpenGL and Vulkan. But the realities are that almost all applications aren't like that, so that's a caveat. And I know this doesn't mean anything to probably people, but John Blow, the big grumpy head that he is, I mean, I love him. I say it with all love and respect. Has said in the past in a rant that you would be better off doing software rendering than using OpenGL because it's so inconsistent, apparently. So you have that, I guess, as well. Alright, so we need the Vulkan as well, that's the thing. That's what I'm looking for. This. Alright, let's just try and fix this error and then never talk about this ever again. Adding a submodule just made everything just blow up to oblivion. And it all went to poop. Alright, so now we're back to where we were with inconsistent DLLs or whatever. It's only a warning anyway, so it's not like the end of the world, but... Oh, I didn't reload. Alright, cancel. This is just gonna reload. Yes, thank you. OpenGL is oiled on top of its BS. It's basically Vulkan, but higher level. It's an explicit API, so you have to be explicit with everything you do. I'm gonna call him Jonathan Blow with a lot of love and respect. Cool, yeah. A friend of mine who developed with Vulkan, quite a bit of complaints about NVIDIA a lot. I don't know how it is for opening it. That's probably because he's on Linux. Yeah, it's a pain in the neck. But let's get rid of this. Okay, so at least now we are building and we don't have any bloody compilation errors. However, we have still this issue of inconsistent bloody thingies. You know what? I'm just gonna roll with it for now. I think we've spent enough time on this, and let's just see if it works, right? We're gonna get the DLL, we're gonna copy it over, and we're gonna see if the executable runs, right? All right. I've gone a bit insane. There we go. I haven't had issues with NVIDIA, and I'm on Linux, but the drivers itself are retarded. Yeah, it's you got to be careful with NVIDIA. They are slowly getting better, but like my engine's a bit weird on the Novo drivers, the open source ones. It doesn't quite work properly. Alright, so what I'm going to do is just throw something in the game folder, get rid of, minimize this. NVIDIA drivers on Windows are actually pretty robust. They're actually quite good, from my experience, to be honest. But yeah. Right, so I'm just going to include the kth.header, and we're just going to try and get things to run with a function call. I don't really know what that's going to be, but maybe the simplest function call that we can get. Right, so we would need to include... We should be able to include this, right? It's just straight off rip. Or I think, yeah. No, this. I think we need to use angle brackets because it's technically a big library. Okay, so now we can just throw some KTX code from our notes, and what we're going to do here is just try and load a file. And I'm just going to throw this like basically at the beginning of the code. I don't know if I need to initialize anything. We'll find out. Great. Okay, so we don't have that file. Thank you for the someone subscribing. I do have the notifications on for Windows subscriptions, so I think that's going to go up. Yeah, there we go. So every time someone subscribes, that happens. Like we have an explosion on screen. I'm glad that still works. I wasn't quite sure. Anyway. Alright, so where... Oops. Why aren't you working? Yes. Excuse me? Oh, okay, so just a typo. Alright, KTX2. And then path to file, which I'm just going to take the full path, because I don't really want to think about this anymore. Assets, textures. Right. I need to set this up for... I need to set up my alerts for... what is it called? Twitch soon. Alright, so... Absolute path, because... I just don't want to think about this going wrong for another reason. And the file is called this, so... Grab this, and... Right, let's just step through this bit by bit and see what we're missing when it doesn't work. Let's build. Yeah, unreferenced. Audio system. What are you complaining about? Oh no, it's KTX, okay. Yeah, it's just this. Okay, so we need a link to this. I assume that where does this actually live? Textures 2. So yeah, I think we're missing it. That's the only problem there, I think. Yeah, because we need to have basically 2 of everything. Where is the vendor code? So textures 2. I don't know what else is 2 based. So we're just gonna have to go to our vendor code here and just see what we've got. Lib. So what else is 2 only? Do we have rights? No, VK loader maybe. VK loader. Nope, that's just one. File system, file stream. Nope, okay. Hash check. I mean, maybe we need this. I'm gonna put the header in as well. There's no harm. Actually, no, don't put the header in. Alright, well, we'll try that. See if that links. Now we've built the library. Alright, give that a build. Redefined. No, oh, referenced. Oh, man. Okay. Oh, look at that. 3 off. Da 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 da. Getting there. I never would have thought we got to this point, honestly. Right, let's just... We're getting lots of repeating music, so... I need to listen to some moral boosting music right now. Just bear with me. I always forget what it's called though, because it's in Japanese. It's quite a short track. No, that's just the fanfare. No, that's the battle theme. Nope. Right, listen to this for a bit. It's not too long. Right, okay, so all this just isn't here. What? Okay. So we do this. We don't. Do we have a? So we're going to program files. We have the KTX thingy. Do we have the like lib? Yeah, that's the DLL, but I don't really understand how we're supposed to do this. It's the docs, it's just HTML that. What I mean by that is just, yes, there's a DLL here, which I assume you have to copy over. But it's looking for like a link to these files. Like, yeah, the implementation of these files. And if I go to, it's saying it doesn't exist. Give me a minute. If I go to here and look this up, it's the thing I don't understand. We do have an implementation here. I mean, we can include texture instead, I guess. So if I, yeah, let's include texture 2, I guess. I don't know. Vendor KTX. Yeah, if I knew how to switch between, make a split audio. We still good, yeah. Still on, still 3 to go. 997. Yeah, we've gone up quite a lot, quite quickly actually. Yeah, thanks for anyone who's subscribed and staying subscribed. And that's a big thing. Like, thanks for sticking with me on the YouTube, and also thanks for the follows on Twitch. I know it's not quite this. I know it's I've just started on Twitch, but I still very much appreciate all that kind of stuff. Right, let me think. I need to go to vendor code, and because I know not everyone on Twitch is into YouTube. And where's this lib? Right, okay, so we have textures.2. Right, I'm literally just gonna go crazy mode. We're just gonna go crazy mode here and just include we're just gonna do it like this and just see can you find. So if I go texture.h or texture.c, I don't know, like, okay, so that does exist apparently. Hello mate, started Vulkan. Yo, nice. Okay, it's a reload for some reason. Alright, so we need the C file perhaps? I don't know. Cannot open unused. Okay. I'm glad you started. You can add multiple audios. Yes, I just don't know how to do that. I probably can work it out. Hello mate, just started Vulkan. Hell yeah. Is the jump from nothing to a triangle larger than a jump from triangle to shaders? I've used DirectX 11, and as far as my experience goes, it's a lot simpler than Vulkan, and I didn't have to do as much synchronization work. Yes. Okay, so it basically goes like this. If you can render a triangle using a vertex and a fragment shader, I'm gonna hop off. Thank you, Emmanuel. If you can do that with a vertex and a fragment shader, your 50 lines of line, almost like, okay, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but probably about 50 to 70 lines of code, somewhere around that range, to rendering the whole model with no textures. I will try and union again. Thank you, Emmanuel. I appreciate that a lot. So think of it like that, right? Vulkan isn't designed to draw triangles on the screen. It's just, unfortunately, because of that, it assumes that you're going to do a lot more with it just than render a triangle. So it doesn't take that much more to render a whole model afterwards, right? Got to shoot off to clean a house before a family visit. Thank you for the stream. We'll try to buck in again soon. I'd be more chatty. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for joining us for. And good luck with your cleanup. Hope it goes well. So yeah, I wouldn't stress too much. You are, you know, you will get there eventually. Okay, so what project is this failing under? I have a feeling that external builds, but we don't. Yeah, okay, so the way I'm doing this now is I'm just linking everything directly in, which I'm going to do actually. Because we need it. Ah, that's how he's done it. I understand now. Right, okay, so we're basically kind of repeating what he's done. Let's go to our void project. I think we can almost turn off this music in a minute. Because I think, as far as I'm aware, that's basically what we're missing. And if I just then build... one failure. For what reason? Could not include I am GUI. Oh, I've broken something. Let's go back. There we go, 997. Alright. I've overwritten something there by accident. Oh, we can't go back. Why does Control-Z not work for CMake files all of a sudden? Okay, so we're missing an I am GUI include, that's all. It's easy enough to add back in. So, in here we have... I know it's here, right? Which project didn't work? So it shouldn't be anything else. What about this? No. Foundation. Jolt obviously is fine. So void doesn't work because it's missing an include. And we got unresolved symbol errors. What? Why did it? Okay. Weird question. What filter do you use on your mic on OBS? I really can't figure out some good defaults from. I have. Hi, Stephen. Stephen Lance. I have no. I don't have any filter, to be honest. My OBS is basically as basic as it gets. I have alert set up with Streamlabs and yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, there's nothing exciting here. Right, let's change the music up. What are we gonna pick? Just pause that for a minute. I do have my microphone is the most basic blue Yeti microphone, right? It's I don't even know. I wouldn't even know how to add a filter on the mic, to be honest. Yeah, I've heard it's like the worst of like the decent microphones, if that makes sense. Like if you want to do professional streaming and you use you know, other things, then apparently I've heard that, you know, you should use better microphones than what I've got set up here, but yep. I don't really know. Yeah, it's probably fine. You've also got to be aware that you sound completely different. I sound really squeaky to my own ears, you know. I've gotten used to it now, but when I I'm used to hearing myself through my own skull, right? So I'm definitely higher pitched when I'm on microphone, but that's like just how other people hear me in general. Have you tried the alternative build systems to CMake? No. I have some really big projects using Mesa. I believe Gnome and Mesa and SimD use it. Ah, okay. Yeah, SystemD. Sorry. I'm an avid CMake hater. I'm starting to become one right now. This is. I'm stuck in Linker hell. And yeah, it's I can see why you can become a yeah. Okay, let me think. I'm trying to get around this being a. What I'm gonna try. I don't know if this is gonna work. I am going to take all this stuff and I'm just going to link it directly into my project, just straight up, and just see how this behaves. I just want to get past this. Streaming stuff, video editing is honestly harder than coding. Honestly, when I'm making a video, I'm like, I really just want to get back to coding as fast as I can. So we should have a bunch of code now. I don't know where it's living. In the... In here? Does it exist? Oh wait, what? Why is it, did I just cut it? I probably meant to... okay, so we got the external dependencies. Can't say words, bruh. I can't code, bruh. So we're on the same page. That's what it feels like, anyway. Where have these files gone? Why are you saying they're already defined? All right, I'm just gonna regenerate the project. I don't know what is going on, honestly. It's just... right. Alright, let's just start again. Alright, cool. Yeah, our Visual Studio is completely broke down and I don't know what was going on. So we have vendor. Okay, there it is. Thank goodness. Alright, so we have these. So we should be able to just include texture.c. Well, using this system, vendor, blah, 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 lib, in game, right? So I should be able to open this up without any issue. Yep. Alright, so... there we go. 3 off. Very cool. We got no output, which is sad. In here, so I can't see if anything's building or linking. I can edit also mod rules if you make me mod. I'm gonna subscribe on my mum's and dad's account. Yo. No, you don't have to do anything like that. What are you talking about for also mod rules? 214. I'm not quite sure what you mean. Are you talking about Twitch or YouTube? Also mod stops you from sending messages and you have to approve it in the Twitch chat. Oh, right, okay. Oh, that. Why is the word Gabe again? I mean, I don't really know how I feel about that. I'm not gonna think about it, to be honest. To be honest, I just like coding, so yeah, it's building Jolt. That's why it's taking a while. Maybe I should make my engine again from scratch. That might fix everything, right? We're gonna have to take a break at some point. Nothing crazy, just obviously eat food, and I'm gonna watch some maths videos. On geometric algebra, which would be fun for me anyway. Yep. Obviously, I'm just waiting because we're waiting for this. Oh, we got some output finally. One failed because of what? Could not find unused, I guess. Why are you struggling to find that? I've deleted something and I don't know what. Does this need to be here though? That's a compilation error though. No, we just got linker errors out the wazoo. I don't understand though why we've got redefinitions. Okay, let's try and... Is there a way to make this into a static library or something? Let me just look at the CMake code. Take a break while building, yeah. Is there a static option here? Because I don't understand how this library works at all. Lib type defaults. What is what? Build libs shared libraries static otherwise. Let's look for word static, I guess. Unused build libs after static builds. How do I say static? I want to build static. Because this just gets so much easier if I could just build a static library instead of having to link a DLL. Especially because of build shared libraries off. But the problem is I can't even build this bloody thing. It causes errors all over the place. But we'll see if we can get at least some of it building. Build shared libraries. Where is this? I think it needs to be off, right? Or on? Not lib type static. Right, so this... Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and build a static library of this, and then just, for Linux sake as well, because this is kind of tricky, if we had like loads of shared libraries. So if this is on, then apparently it works. So it seems to suggest that that's how you do a shared library. It's a static library, but I don't really know. So I'm going to just take my handy little shortcuts to building a nice little project. We're going to throw this into void. Okay, so we just copied the shortcuts. Fantastic. Let's actually copy them. Thank you very much. Come on. Stop being dumb, keyboard. Right, clean build. Alright, let's go to the shortcuts because it's a complete waste. Okay. You take a break while waiting for C++ compile. I wait for Claude while writing my front end for me. There's a difference. Yeah, war crimes being committed. Yeah, we'll take a break, and what I mean by break is like we'll do a bunch of like studying and stuff. So is this CMake finished? All right, cool. Pray. I'm gonna pray to Jesus, the coding gods, and everyone under the sun that we can actually build a library here and not worry about this ever again, because I can just link the library itself. I don't need to do this. I would have to compile it for Linux as well, but that's not going to be that difficult. Right. Library, library, library. So when I build this, what is it going to come out as? It's a DLL. What is this library, bro? I don't know how this works. And this doesn't build, does it? Because of 1,000 different issues. Yeah, KTX, the version doesn't work. And yeah, don't think we're getting any output for some reason. This must be like only built on Linux or something, because I don't really understand how this is even building for the people who are making the software. If it's this, like, if the CMake file just does not work. Sorry, if it doesn't generate a solution file for Visual Studios that just... Because we're getting, like, CMake files that aren't working, we're getting some targeting... so this has failed to generate a version thing. And yeah, there must be like some... if you're a developer for this, there must be like a specific like environment variables that I just don't have access to, or some kind of thing that, like, assuming that you're working on Windows that is set up, and I just don't have access to all that. Okay, pray to Zeus indeed. Right, what are we gonna do? Alright, I'm going to pause that. I don't... let me think while this is up. So, we have failed to link I think everything other than SDL is a shared. Let me look at my SDL code real quick. I'll just see if there's like something I have to do specifically for SDL. No, we just have the shared library here. Sorry, the static library. Which I just don't see anywhere in the KTX stuff. You know, I can download the source code. I can't build it, so it doesn't work. I'm just going to take notes of everything here. Do how to Vulkan just kind of builds a static library out of these, and then just links everything together. Right, let's be inspired by this and try that, right? Right, instead of making an external file, we're going to still need the DLL, but, you know, let's make another project. And see if this is just the missing piece to everything, because I'm completely lost, to be honest. KTX source code. I'm assuming we need target includes or something like that, but yeah. So if we take this and where did I put this? Where are you gone? Oh yeah, okay. This paste. Okay, so we make a shared library with that. Now question, when we make this, we're just going to slowly like figure out what to do, you know what I mean? So we're gonna make a static library. We're going to link it ourselves. So hopefully, yeah, we have KTX. Okay. So when we try and build you, what goes wrong? So you don't have that, which is fine. So this is the we're only interested in, I assume, these three. We're also, yeah, we're not worrying about main anymore. We're just trying to build a lib that just does add target. Oops. What is it called? Header or something? Include. I think add target include was it. But I don't know why it's not coming up. And then we'll throw that in there, but oh, target include directory is wrong way around. Okay, so we're just going to throw these in, and the Vulkan as well, and pray to Jeebus that we can build this library without any issues. Then, obviously, we're going to need the DLL, which is fine. I think I also need to go into here, get rid of this, and go in and... So we have them, we have Vulkan, and we're going to get rid of these as well. These don't need to be here now. It's just everything for... Oops, gone past it. So yeah, we're just making a separate guy. And this. Now obviously we need to set the target name, which is KTX. Now it isn't linked, so it's not going to work for every other project, but I don't really care. We're just trying to get this up and running. How I think that's what we need for that. So if we try it this way around, I think we're just basically going to get back to the same thing, but yeah, we could just copy that. I don't really remember the syntax, so whatever. That should build though. What was the issue? Nope. That's oh, we should change the song at least, hey? Oh, yeah, I don't want to listen to that. That's good. I think it's this way around. Alright, cool. Whoops. I did not mean to build. That's just not going to work at all. Reload. Yes, thank you. What I'm after here is just building you. Okay, so you have all those inconsistencies again. Again, I'm just going to ignore it. No, the DLL. So this is the static lib. Let me think. You know what? Let's compile everything. Let's. So if we're gonna make this lib, how about we just include literally everything in here? Including. How do I do this in a way that it's like easy? So I'm just gonna use the file glob thing, which is just gonna be easier for me instead. So if I take, and then we're just gonna add all the things that we need for this lib only. So this won't want. Let's get the file glob going. So what we need here is this, but for what is this? Is that what it writes to? Oh, okay, right, easy. So what we're going to do is take vendor source like that, and every C file, every H file, which I think CPP as well. I think there's a few CPP files in here. So I'm just going to make this lib like as you would make the DLL, right? .h and then it's .inl files. We should be good. That should have everything. All right, inl, right? and let's look at the directory. So we have CPP, we have CSX as well. Okay, fine. Oh, we have these def files. I don't really know what these do. Alright, CSX. That's a strange extension. You don't see that very often. Alright, so if we take these, not apparent. Well, why would you, by the way, not use the CMP to make it like it would make 100% simpler to add libs and stuff? What's, actually don't know what that is. What's cmp.cmake? Unfamiliar. I see, right. CSX is a module. That's why it's rare, because they're barely supported. Let's just pray that Visual Studios knows what to do with it. Well, they're barely supported for Visual Studios anyway. Alright, so KTX source instead, so get rid of this. Rebuild. Ah, thank you. I'll give that a look. CMake Package Manager. I see. Right, so what can you do now? What's wrong? What's going to go wrong for you? Okay, so it doesn't have that. It doesn't have version. It doesn't have that. What is this? I'm seeing this everywhere. I don't really know what it is. Same as HXX. Nice. Yeah. Where do you live? What is this? Oh, great. So we got like a library. Oh, hang on. I think we can actually include the externals, right? So as far as I'm aware, if I go in here, we should have externals, which I assume has all this gubbins. Yeah, so we have that in there. And I assume we need STZ in here. Why aren't you searching? Right, whatever, .h. Where is that then? So clearly you should have this somewhere, otherwise you can't build your own project. Okay, great, so it doesn't exist. I don't know where this is, this standard Z. And we got this warning. Yeah, it's a compression library, but I don't know where it is in the in this project. Like, how on earth are you supposed to build this project if it doesn't have its libraries? Hang on, is there a Git submodule I'm missing? I downloaded this from the internet though. It's not my personal submodule. Yeah, let's just check. Standard standard z.h. Nope. Nope. Okay, so we have standard. That's the FTM is a logger. Devs who work on game engines, these guys, they said creating a game engine in Vulkan from scratch as an indie would be pointless. They recommend and they recommend everyone to start with, I assume, OpenGL. Hi Raj. Oh wow, GLFW says that 3.5 is 100%. Wow, nice. DirectX, and I don't know the exact reason why they are afraid of Vulkan. Vulkan's harder, that's all. But DirectX 12 is about as difficult. I don't know why they're saying that, to be honest. It's not like... yeah. Like, Direct 12 is just as difficult. Wait, are you restreaming? I don't think so. What's restreaming mean? I am listening to what you say, by the way. Not a pirate. Yes, I am on YouTube, yes. As well, where we're doing both things. There you go. Luxy Devs is gives you a vouch. I don't know. I don't know why you'd say it's pointless. I don't really get it. I know Tokyo Spliff is there. You go, nearly there. One subscription off. Oh, you've seen the notification. Well, we've got a lot of notifications because we're close to. But the delay on YouTube is bigger, is it? I have no idea. Oh. I'll have to check out. I'll have to check that out. They should be the same. Ah, there we go. Look, got another subscription. Or is that the same one? No idea. I think it was the same one. There we go. You just compared it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll try and work that out. I don't know why that's. I can go in the YouTube settings and turn to try and match them, but I can't do it live. It would be in low latency. I'd maybe change it to ultra low latency. Yeah, I'll try that next time. Right. Let's keep going. All right, let's go back. One step back. I almost don't want to go for lunch until I get this working. This, I feel like if I don't get this working, I don't eat. Okay, so we'll throw this back in. We'll get it to at least compile. We'll do this again. We'll get the file path. You've seen me do this a couple of times now, but we'll get the file path in. And we'll just kind of work. We'll try and get this to work. We'll try and get this to link with our DLLs. I assume if you don't have a DLL available in Windows, it just goes bleh. You know, I mean, it doesn't. I don't really know. Ultra low latency would have worse resolution, I think. Oh, okay, right. Well, there's a real opinion. Well, their opinion really. So I'm just reading what Luxy Dev said on the YouTube chat. Well, there's opinion really, and they are not necessarily valid either. It depends on how much you know about graphics programming and how much you understand them. I think, okay, so I think a lot of it comes from, in my opinion, I think you're right there, by the way. There is some nuance there, but a lot of these guys are coming from the fact that they're thinking that you're trying to make a game engine like Unity or Unreal, right? And if you're trying to do that in Vulkan, you've kind of just added extra complexity and extra difficulty on top of the stuff. So it depends, right? If you're trying to make something like Unity or Unreal, just give up. It's not worth it. Yeah, it's not really worth it, yeah. in my opinion anyway. Unless you kind of just want it, it's your spirit quest and that's something you just have to do in life. But if that's not the case, then it doesn't really matter what graphics API you use. But I think there's a lot of like a built-in assumptions about it's pointless because they're thinking that you're going to make. Alright, so if I link this to my main project, I think they're assuming that you're going to make a. Oh, is that another? Are we on 999 or? Nope. Close though. And if that's the case, then yeah, it's kind of pointless anyway, as not a Dr. Pirate said in chat, in the Twitch chat. All right, let me think. There's Void. Where's the libraries get linked? I think they're at the bottom actually. It should be down here somewhere. Libraries, where are you? Yep. Okay, so if I build this, it shouldn't complain, apart from the fact that the DLLs aren't working or whatever. There's inconsistencies between them. Yeah, I need that project. Can you make that for me? VK command build CPP project. And then where's the Void project on there? Make a game engine. What's the compilation error? No such directory. I thought you. Oh, hang on. Yeah, that's a mistake from my hand. Yeah, let's go back into here. Get rid of this junk. We're not going to do anything here. We're just going to try and link. Right, can we run? Right, okay, so we are running at least. Now, I assume that as soon as we attempt to use any KTH function, this stuff, right, it's just not going to work. We're just going to be back to square one. I feel like I'm missing something there, like something obvious. No, how do I do this? KTH. KTX.h. Oh, I haven't included it. Sorry, I've missed something on my CMake. Yeah, we need this, I think. And if we rebuild. He used Unity, Notch made his gains in Unity. Apart from Minecraft, I assume. Alright, so now this should be here, which means that we should be able to find this file. Very nice. Now, I'm praying to every coding god that exists. I bet this is going to not link. But even though we have the lib here. No, it's not linking. This is the thing I don't understand, right? We have the library. It has the thing in it. We've linked it into this project. Let's just check the link is actually here. Oh, I haven't done this in ages. Import, that's the one. Let's see. So we have that. KTX release with debug info. What? Why are we? Oh, okay. Release with. Let's go to debug. Okay, so we should be able to find that lib kth in our projects build directory. Where do these live? That's the object files. I've forgotten where these live. Hang on. Debug. I don't think it lives there, but we'll see. Yeah, so there's the lib that we should be linking against. That's the static library that we need. But it can't resolve the symbols for some bloody reason. That's what's confusing me, because that's correct. That's how you do this. And obviously if it's a DLL, then you link in the DLL. You just kind of put it next to the exe in Windows anyway. Let me think. Obviously we've got this issue, right? If I rebuild, where this DLL linkage thing is inconsistent. And what am I trying to do here? So maybe if I try not to use one of these, hang on, if I go to here, I copy this in here and kind of paste. Does this exist in here? No, okay, so this doesn't even exist in here. Do these have the same implementation? I have no idea. So KTH. Is there some, like, oh, this is a DLL or something? Like, do I need to say this is a static library? Like, please don't do... Let me just look for... Alright. Static. I'm just going to look for the word static, I guess. No. Because I don't know if it's like trying to link against a dynamic library and I've made it do a static library or something. If you know what I mean. What's the missing symbol? The missing symbol is literally anything and everything when it comes to... so I could do... let me show you. It's any KTH library. I don't know if... so... to... Actually, let's just do 1, like version 1. Maybe that works. That's not going to load it, but whatever. I just need to see if it's not run. What's the import? You forgot the link step. I linked my library to my other library though. So I built a library. There it is. It's linked to this. That's the KTH library with the source files. It's built from this. Add library. It's a static. I mean, maybe it needs to be dynamic. Alright, maybe it has to be dynamic. I don't know. Let's see. I have no idea. I don't know how to use this library. Jeez. What is it called? Let's just check our thingy. 2 off still. What's the types? Shared, that's the one. Because it's Linux mode. Yeah, okay. No, I don't think it. I think it's meant to be static. Oh, was it decorated with imp? Yes, maybe. Let's see. So this function here. Let's just check, because there's apparently 2 of them. So is there an extra thing here? There's the export. Honestly, what I feel like doing is honestly just copying all the code into files and then just building it myself, if you know what I mean. You know, because this is some like crazy, but then obviously you would what? Redeclared cannot add. Redeclared. Okay, so that's maybe the error. Why is this not coming up as an error then? I just found out that SFLM supports OpenGL. Yeah, let's go for it. It's a great framework if you use it. So if I get rid of, I don't know why I'm here. Oh, texture.c. Does this work then? Like, is that the problem? We're just getting like one version instead of the other version because it's redefined and it's not working or something. And then we also need to get rid of what's this? I'm assuming I'm just going to end up getting rid of everything, to be honest, aren't I? Alright, what I'm going to do is just get rid of this stupid library. Sorry, this static library. I'm just going to do this. And I'm just going to try and include it like a different way. Please just, why aren't you commenting out stuff? Visual Studios has broken, that's my Windows noise. Visual Studios has broken CMake files for some reason on a day like today as well. That's all I wanted to do, and let's just regenerate this. Actually, we need to get rid of, ignore, hang on. This fella. Yep, as well. Okay, why is this still here? Oh, whatever. I don't think let's remove it from the project. Yeah, I don't care. Now we just have a header, right? So yeah, it's like as if that was the case anyway. But we need a library to link in, and I already built the library, so I'm not understanding this. Alright, I need the loo. I'll be right back. Give me a minute. Yeah, I'll be right back, guys. Okay, I've come up with an idea. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to... I've got to see if this works. So I'm going to remove the header, include or whatever. In fact, I'm just going to do something a bit different. Okay, so if I take... go in here, take the lib, takes texture, this, and just see what these need, and then just all I'm going to do is copy and paste this out. See if I can build them as if they're just, you know, because the .c file, the implementation is there, and I'm not going to use that kth header, right? So I just need to see, you know. This is the problem I don't understand. Like, this kth is here, and it redefines the file. I just don't get it. Like, why are we redefining... Why is this library like this? Like, absolute garbage, bro. Like, it's got... like, a redefinition in here for some reason, right? Just... I don't get it. Okay, that wasn't going to work then. Maybe we directly include the... We already did this, but I'm going to try it again anyway. Right, so we build this library. Oh yeah, of course, Visual Studio is not working today. Fantastic. Alright, cool. We're going to add the library back in. And we're just going to try and include... We're trying to get around that include. We're not going to use kth, despite it's going to be redefined anyway, because that uses it in its own library. And that means it's not going to work, I don't think. But that's fine. Let's just try it out. By the way, you can use streamer bots to make a cross-platform chat. Is that a thing? Like streamer.bots is what you're supposed to do. Does that mean you can see each other? In the chat? Ah, okay. Right, I'll look into that. Because that'd be cool if you... Yeah, because I know some people are saying stuff in YouTube chat, and I don't know if the Twitch chat can't see each other. That'd be cool. So you can be on each platform. Alright, okay. Right, what we're not going to do is this. We're going to get rid of that. And what we're going to try and do is include... I think this in texture, so I'm just going to try and include the whole path. This... like that. Texture. Again, I'm just doing an absolute path for now. So we're not using KTH's like main header thing. This is the one thing I wanted to try. Despite it probably not going to work, but whatever. Alright, let's see. Do you know what this is? Yep. Let me guess. Okay, so there's... Here's the thing I don't understand, like this. Is there another, like, KTH thing? Because this is the same file. Is there, like, a way to turn this off or something? Yeah, look. I don't want this. It's just not going to work. So if what I'm going to do then is, like, once I get rid of this, what are you going to complain about? Oh, you don't have implementations. I thought that was in the .c file. Okay, fine, I guess. Alright, I'm sure this is not going to work, but whatever. Let's try. You can add a chat overlay. Wow, that's kind of cool. Okay, so we lost that, but it's obviously the same issue again. You got to be careful though. A lot of peeps are just saying, gonna say some BS. Then, then you have that BS in your VOD. What do you mean? For chat overlay? They're trying to. They'll try and get me to say something like they'll get me banned or something. Oh, because it'll pop up on the screen or something. Yep. Nearly. Still. Oh, because it's going to speak out. Oh, so StreamerBot also like talks when someone said something. And so they'll try and get it to say something stupid. Doo-dee-loo. Oh, he's just saying it for chat overlay. Okay. What I'm going to do next then, we're just going to keep going. Until death. Where's the Vulkan tutorial code? Let's just see what it does. I think we already have it open, don't we? Alright, so I should be able to build this and it should just run, right? What I'm going to do is I'm just going to use his code. His version of KTX, because I don't know what's going on with this KTX version. It's just absolutely crap. I don't have to put it any other way. I don't know why a library is this difficult to use. You know... The reason I'm saying it's crap, because you compare it to SDB image with Nothings, the legendary Sean Barrett, and it just works. You just include it in and it's done, right? There's no faff. It's just there. I'm sure it does a lot of fancy stuff and the maths is really cool, but the way it's laid out is I don't know how to put it. It's just... Yeah, so it looks like he has not actually got the actual official library. He's just robbed something from the internet, which I'm just gonna copy that as well. First things first, though, I'm gonna download his source code and see if it even builds and links. Because if he has the same issue, then you know we're still kind of stuck in the mud. Like this is just, it's not one of the worst libraries I've ever seen. It's like it's up there though. It's like in the top 5. Alright, so when I'm doing these type of things, I don't know if I've already cloned this, I might have already done it. Is there a how-to? Yes, okay, it's already here. And this is the source code. Okay, so let's so let's think. I'm just gonna get these two, which is just kind of nice conveniences, so I don't have to remember the CMake code. All right, cool. All right, clean. Error CMake. Does not appear to be a CMake. Oh. Oh yes, you're right. This song is sick, bro. Yeah. Oh, I've already done that. And can I build it? If this can build and link, then we're chilling. Because I'm just gonna copy what he's done. I'm not even gonna bother. I don't even care if it runs. I just need to. Oh. So Vulkan.h is not clearly working. Vulk. GLM, slang. Alright, there's a bunch of other crap that's not working. Okay. That's just going to take too long to fix, I think. So what I'm going to do is... I'm still going to do it exactly how he's done it, though. Because I don't know any other way of fixing this in a way that makes sense. Unless someone has, like, a perfect setup that doesn't have every single... right, go away. Just deleting that. I don't even want us to look at it, honestly. Right, get rid of this. Like... this, maybe, like, what? Oh, it's, yeah, no, that was it. Okay, next, paste. Go into the CMake code, and then we are going to have other includes, lib, and includes. Yeah, okay, so, yeah, that's fine. They're equally the same, so it's just KTH. This has got to be easier. And if this doesn't work, then... oh, we don't have utils, I don't think. Yeah, there's no utils. Okay, get rid of that. Include that there, yeah, right. And he has that set up, so this is just KTH again. KTX, sorry. That should be it. Oh, the library's down. Yep, oh no, build system plumbing, exactly. We're still here. That's true, we could do a Factorio. I can't even remember what this is. Oh yeah. Okay, so utils need to be removed wherever it exists. Done. Okay, next, we need to build this. Does it build? Oh, yeah, that's true. We've moved. Yes, okay, it builds. And there's no stupid issues. Okay, that's the first good step. Next is... Now, I need to know how he, in his project, how is he including this? Because otherwise, if I do the same thing again and it just doesn't work, then we're basically back to square one. So if I go into source, where's the source code? Where am I? Source, assets. Oh, it's just main, okay. So he is accessing this with that. Okay, these two. And that's it. That's it. Well, that's all he's doing. Right, let's get this build. Yeah, we've been on this for hours, by the way. Said Tunks. And... yeah. Let's keep going. So we're basically back to square one, which is fine, but maybe he's done something different as CMake. Actually, probably worth looking at it here. It's probably easier to read. Nope. Yeah. Who's up for 4 hours more of this? I am. No, but for real, I actually am going to do this. Okay, so there's nothing in here that stands out to me as... so this is all to do with... yeah, you really shouldn't do that, but whatever. It's not that important. Is there anything else that he does? I must have I could have missed something. External, is there include other, and then CMake source external, that's his thing. He adds these in. And then he has a static, he builds it as a static. And then this, which is kind of strange. But that's like Vulkan. We see Vulkan libs not working, not the actual libraries themselves. So, what else after that? I don't see any differences, to be honest. Yeah, that's correct. You need to have that in. Is this the continuation of the KTX include? That was something. Yes. Yep. It's same problem. Right. I think we're still on 98, right? Or 97, maybe. Nope. Let me think. What on earth? Oh, it's just, I keep thinking it says redefinition. Unresolved external symbol. This thing referenced in function. This. Okay, let's just check his main. He doesn't do anything else. So this is the Vulkan tutorial that should compile, but there's like 1,000 things that are missing that I would need to hook up because I don't have the libraries for it. So I don't actually know if this would compile, but I'm wondering if there's like when you do this, is this copied down here? But I think that's my doing. Yeah, okay. And this file doesn't exist in here, right? Oh, hang on. I've left texture out. Okay, so that wouldn't have worked anyway. Alright, so that's actually a good error. Alright, let's do that again. Yeah, so that wouldn't have worked anyway, because I think that exists in texture. Right, yeah, okay, so we build. Alright, and then again, there's nothing else to do other than try and build this. Oh, it worked. Alright, let's try 2. Alright, cool. So this doesn't work for 2, by the looks of things. Let's see. Wait, how's he got this to work? I have no idea, right? So I think there's something different here. Alright, so I'm going to look at his version and my version in the source code and just see what the differences is, because there's something different here. So we can get this to work with this very specific setup, but we can't use KTX2, which would be annoying if we can't. So let's try and get this to work as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to diff these files and meld. Because at the moment, I don't know what's going on. In fact, I need to restore a thing I deleted. So there's going to be a bunch of junk files in here. Along with all my homework folders, so we're going to take a glance away. Alright, so that's the first thing. So I actually need to restore the thing I kind of deleted. Alright, what on earth's all this? So let's just sort by file type. Oh, I delete temporary. This needs to be actually deleted properly. And we're looking for K. This thing, restore. Alright, cool. Go in here, and then we're going to diff against. Well, I'll do it this way because it's faster. No, where were we? So vendor this includes this. No, this file. Okay, so what is the bloody difference between these two? Alright, so you compare. Like, what is going on here? I have a sneaking suspicion, that's all, that this has been tampered with. Sorry, not tampered with, but a bunch of stuff's been removed to get this to compile. Alright, so I'm not that interested in this stuff. This is just. I think what I might be able to do, maybe, is... Hang on, let's just check something real quick. We could be being dumb. So if I go in here, take this, go into... go back, wherever I was. This. Alright, this, get rid of this. Okay, so that does exist here. Yeah, look, there's no DLL things. Right, I'm going to check. Let's go into meld, right? This is very different, right? Yeah, look what he's done. I don't know if he's actually done this, but he's removed all the DLL stuff. I knew something like this was happening. Alright, so we got to do the same. Yeah, so the error code exists, but this is gone. Which I assume... Yeah. Which allows us... Yeah, okay, so this is the yeah, okay, so that, I understand what's happened now. So I don't know what... Oh, what's his name? Williams has done, but, Mr. Williams. I don't think we have VK API anywhere, like, at all. And I think that's the definition of a DLL, right? Yeah, okay, so this is modified. This is absolutely 100% modified. And... I think it's based. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do our own one. We're also going to include texture. Is texture C also got this in it? No, sorry. Go back to here. Grab this. Go back to here. I don't know where this would be, to be honest. Let me just check. Is this anywhere? Oh no, my bad. So I don't think this is anywhere, right? Yeah, and if I do this as 1, we saw this as... Yeah, okay, so now we need to include texture 2 and any 2 version that we have. Okay, so... I know, it's... Surely you could have... I know, this is the thing. We could define chronostatic. Let's see. In chronostatic... what did that do? Yeah, let's try it. I mean, I'll try it. There's no, I think I've kept my own, my own to make. If that works, then I'm gonna cry tears of soy everywhere. I'm gonna soy all up in this bitch. Sorry, I'm going a bit loopy because I haven't eaten. That's how every library works. What, the Chronos static? Yeah, but I thought this because I saw this. I did see the static earlier, by the way. And I thought, well, it says an if-def of win32, so that's going to be if-defed out. But yeah, maybe there's some extra thing that's being bloody done instead, right? So I just need to grab this version, and then we can cry tears of soy together. I'll show you what I mean in a minute. We need utils as well. I don't know, because otherwise this doesn't compile without utils. I'm getting very good at this library, or just repeating the same. I'm getting very good at repeating the same 5 things over and over again. Let's duplicate that, I guess. Throw this in here, and that should be everything that we need to do for that. That should be the same source code. So if we rebuild this, alright, and then we have this version of the header. So if we go in here now, yeah, we have that. Alright, so just so we don't get any stupidness. Alright, let's build this. And it gets rid of that. Yeah, you were right the whole time. That was what I needed to do. It defines it as nothing, so it doesn't do anything. So if I throw in texture 2, I actually don't know, hang on. That exists. Okay, that already exists. Let's build. I think we might still be missing it as a link. No, this is just a DLL / static pattern. Yeah, okay, so I don't think that's missing still, but I think the difference now is what I need to do is I need to include it, but unfortunately we need to include a lot more. So I think texture 2 just has a bit more going on. I think though I'm a bit nervous about this because yeah, this is, we're back here again. We're getting close, but we're not out of the woods yet. Why do you exist? What is happening? Hang on, don't right, so we got version 1 working with this setup instead, but we can't use version 2 because version 2, does that exist in, where does this exist? Yeah, texture 2. Okay, so texture 2 needs to work now. Standard lib, zlib, and this. That we can get this thing in because we can include this directory. But I don't know where this lives. And let's just check. I mean, we could just download it, I guess, and throw it in. But this is probably going to have its own set of things that need to be included. I can't believe Z, this is not included anywhere. What I'm looking for is Z standard. Oh, what? Okay, that's new. So I just need to include that as well. Okay, that's sorry, externals, bisu. Okay, fine. We'll get that error done. Right, another include. Nope. I feel like a bit of a moron, to be honest, today. After all this, like, messing up. So I do apologize to the chat. I know it's not been as I don't know what I could have done better, to be honest. But I'll think about it in a minute. So externals, bisus. Where's it gone? I swear I searched this before, but there it is. Standard Z. Alright, so for some reason this needs to be included the way, unlike anything else. Alright, cool. I don't know why this is so complicated. Yeah, so, yeah, I could have done better. I don't know what I could have done better here. Maybe realize that the pattern was defining the thing. I did see that earlier and I thought, well, that's not going to work because I looked at the wrong thing. So, yeah, I apologize for that. Standard Z. Alright, next. What's next missing? It is the bloody, this guy. I think it just needs to be external, so we just need to include external fully. So external. Alright. External. So these two need to be included down here to have this bloody library work, which is fine, I guess, because we need this universal compression thing. Alright. Replace with a $sign and the brackets. Alright. Alright, let's just see. Rebuild this. I'll reload, sorry. Go to here. Right. You have everything you need now. Do you build? Bro, we watch because you like this stuff. Hashtag relatable. Yeah, maybe I should stop apologizing. I don't know, I just feel bad, that's all. Right. Should we see if this loads a library? What's this error code thing? So it should be equal to 0. So we'll take, we'll see if it loads, and then I'll go for lunch maybe. I don't know if I'll battle this all the way through, but let's just have a see. So VK, okay, yeah, it is the E. I was a bit confused, to be honest. Oh, I guess I can take this out. Code. And we can see if it's 1 or not. Alright. To be honest, I woke up late and groggy, and sometimes you feel like you spend more time. Spend some time. Some project. Yeah, exactly. It's, okay, here we go. Okay, so... standard. Error is referenced but not defined. Okay, so we're getting linker errors in object 2. Is there a way to make that static or something? I don't know. I don't understand this. So we're still not out of the woods yet, sadly. So standard. Is there a library here or something that we can link against? Let's have a look. Here's the binary file. Yeah, I think we need a library here or something. I don't care. I assume this is a static, right? Oh, it's an EX. That's not what I want then. It might have an impl type thing, like we need to have like a visible controls library. Excuse me. Do I need to define this as well? I don't know. No. Okay, where is this? In what file are we in? This. Okay. Oh, it's in this. No, okay, it's in two different places. What? Why can't you find it? Maybe I need to include more. Yes, that didn't do anything. I might actually have to eat because it's not I'm getting tired, it's just if I don't eat now I won't eat mid tea, you know what I mean? Right. Oh, there we go, look at that. One subscribe away. One subscription away. That's still kinda cool anyway, 3,999. Well, one less 9 than that. Very nice. Thank you guys for subscribing, and thank you for following us on Twitch and staying subscribed as well, honestly. Get in there. One subscription at a time. So we have a look. Yeah, thanks for the follow as well on the Twitch side. 2 people. So we're very close to getting. I don't know if you know what it is, but it's like a Twitch thing. I don't know what it means. Someone said it's like monetization, but there's like a Twitch affiliate level. I'm a Twitch noob. So when we hit 25 followers, I don't know what the level I'm at now. Twitch scrub. We basically hit Twitch affiliate, so that's gonna be cool. All right, so I am starting to think that we need to include more standard library stuff. I don't really know how to turn it on, if you know what I mean. Like, I mean, I could just like bake into here literally the includes that I think I need. Like, I could just define. All right, let's just do this real quick and just see what happens. Just throw it in here instead of wherever it was. Because if it's included here, then it's... Oh, for goodness sake. Space, there we go. And then I'll actually have to go to lunch because I have no choice. Alright. And then... Oh, cool. Oh, you get channel points and stuff as well. Ah, right. Okay, cool. With affiliate, you get some control when you run ads and stuff, I think. Nice. Yeah, okay, so... yeah, it can't find any of these things, which is fine. Obviously, we're just going to have to... But I'm going to put on a video about maths, and we'll oh, edit wasn't timing myself all the time. Right, I'm just going to edit my time real quick. So I stopped at 1.8, so I'm going to say like 1:10 maybe. I don't know why I stopped. Can't remember. Alright, cool. Right. So we're just going to find 0 to Geo, which is a very good playlist. Never cooking again in my life. Yeah, cooking is extremely frustrating sometimes. So I'm just going to pause this. Yep, thank you. And we're going to go to... yeah, we're just going to see the audio levels of this. Look at that. And it's just gone down to 8. There we go, or 7. Who knows? Yeah, it's going to bounce up and down. It's not much we can do about it. Anyway. Oh, we peaked at 999 anyway. That's the important part. So I'm just going to play this audio and kind of balance it so it's roughly around my level. It's still a little quiet, I think.
In school, we first learned about elementary arithmetic, where you add, subtract,
that's about right.
multiply,
okay. Yeah.
and divide numbers.
That's about... You should be able to listen. 'What are you saying? 200... You're referring to me? I was kind of concentrating on getting the thing working. I just cooked some chicken, which has been around 6 or 7 hours. And you burnt it. Oh man, that really is... That sucks. No, Dr. Pirate is literally talking about cooking. Yeah, chill out. Chill. 214. Turn that down. No, I don't think we're going to be doing the 6-7 meme in here. I should have said 6 to 6.9, yeah. Yeah, we're allowed to say numbers. I think if we strict ourselves to not saying 6 and 7, we would go insane. Anyway, so I'm gonna get my lunch. I'm gonna kind of kick off where we left off, which was roughly around the vectors, like in the middle, which was around here-ish. So yeah, we're gonna start here. I'm just gonna grab my lunch, so I actually eat my tea later. Right, let's get this and this. Ow. Stubbed my toe. So yeah, it was with the salmonella and bacteria and damn. Right. Yeah, call it lunch vibes. Yep. Yeah, join us in the lunch. We're gonna listen to some maths. We'll see how we see what we learn. So this is just like super basic stuff, but it's slowly gonna introduce geometric algebra. I think it starts to pick up nice. It talks about linear space, then it talks about vector projection comes in, and rejection comes in pretty quickly, because I think that's how we start defining what a bivector is. So yeah, in 2D anyway. So we should be able to anyway.
Before we move on, I want to note that while I have been showing vectors in 2 dimensions, they are not limited to 2 dimensions. Here is a vector in 3-dimensional space. I have been showing vectors in 2 dimensions because vectors are easier to draw and think about in 2 dimensions. In fact, even though we can't comprehend it visually, we can also have vectors in higher dimensional spaces as well, which I'll explain in more detail later. We can also have vectors in 1-dimensional space as well, where they can only be on a line. This case isn't too interesting, but it's still an important thing to keep in mind. For now, I will continue to show vectors in 2-dimensional space, but keep in mind that unless I say otherwise, what I'm talking about works in any number of dimensions. Now, with numbers, we oftentimes use letters to describe them. This is useful because we can then start writing formulas with letters, and we don't have to worry about what specific numbers are being used. We can do the same thing with vectors. To distinguish between numbers and vectors, all vectors will have this little arrow above them. Instead of using this arrow, some people write the vector in a bold font. The bold font doesn't look too good in these videos, so I'll use the arrow. Anyway, using letters to represent vectors is useful for the same reason that it is useful for numbers. There is also the additional benefit that vectors are kind of hard to write in equations, so by changing to letters, the equations are easier to write and read. At this point, we can't do much with vectors without defining operations that we can do on these vectors. In the next few videos, we will discuss 3 of the basic operations that you can do with vectors: finding the length of a vector, changing the length of a vector, or scaling, and adding 2 vectors together. Don't worry about how all of these operations work at the moment. I'll describe them in more.
Angelica is a cutie. Can you stop telling people to shut up? It is a bit rude. Even if you're joking, I don't think it's coming off very well for other people. You're like 8 minutes late. Oh, okay. Yeah, just it's. I don't think you're doing anything wrong. It's just coming off like you're not being rude. Yeah, it's like you're trying. I know you're trying to joke about, but it's just coming off to other people. I think it's like it's rude or something. Anyway, right, let's keep going. Hopefully that's chill beans. Yeah, you should wash your hands, yeah. My hands are dirty. Anyway, I'm just going to go back to... Alright.
Detail later. You might notice a
this should be like really straightforward for any graphics programmers out there. But this is going to get like really fun.
I said earlier that the 2 main properties of a vector are its length and its orientation. The length is present here, but the orientation is not. Talking about the orientation of a vector and how to rotate a vector is quite complicated. We will get there eventually, but a lot of other material is required first. You might also notice that I mentioned that we can add vectors, but what about multiplying them? This is possible as well, but it is also more complicated than it might seem. For now, the 3 operations shown here are simple and you can do quite a bit with them, so we will explore them in the next few videos. After describing these operations, we'll go back to exploring how to use vectors to represent points in space. I would like to give a special shout out to Richard Penner for supporting me on Patreon. I don't plan on doing this big of a shout out in the future for supporters. In the last video, we introduced vectors, which can be thought of as arrows in space. We talked about how vectors have 2 important properties, their length and their orientation. In this video, we will focus on the length of vectors. We will first try to understand the operation of finding the length of a vector, and once we have figured that out, we will move on to changing the length of a vector, or scaling. This video is a part of From Zero to Geo, a series where we formulate geometric algebra, an incredibly powerful branch of mathematics, from the ground up. So how do we find the length of a vector? We said that the length is represented by a positive number, but what number should it be? As it is, we currently don't have enough information to determine the length. The issue is that we have no units to work with. Usually, when you need
It doesn't matter. Do you also have to eat from the floor? Well, effectively, I'm eating from my lap because the microphone's in the way. So it kind of is. My eating situation is also a bit scuffed.
to find the length of a vector, the vector will be in some coordinate system, and then we can use that coordinate system to find the length. You'll figure out exactly how to do this calculation later, but with this coordinate system, the length of this vector is about 3.6. Now, it can be a bit annoying to describe the length of a vector in an equation using words like we did here. It would be helpful to have some kind of notation for the length of a vector. But what notation should we use? Let's look at something that we already know about: numbers. Is there some way we can make sense of the length of a number? For example, what's the length of 2? Well, the only number that really seems to fit would be 2 itself. We can also think of this as saying that 2 is the distance between 0 and 2. In fact, we could think of the vector going from 0 to 2, and the length of this vector is 2. We can say then that the length of any number is the length of the vector going from 0 to that number. For example, the length of 4 is 4. But what about the length of a negative number, like -3? Well, the length of the vector going from 0 to -3 is 3, so the length of -3 is 3. In general, we see that the length of any positive number is that number, and the length of any negative number is the positive version of that number. Wait a minute, this is just the absolute value. In general, the length of a number x is simply the absolute value of x. Because of this correspondence between length and absolute value, let's write the length of a vector using the same notation. This method of associating vectors on a line with numbers is very useful when trying to figure out the properties of vectors. We will be using it several times in the future. Just so you know, some people like to differentiate between the length of a vector and the absolute value of a number, so they write the length of a vector with 2 vertical bars on each side instead of just 1. However, in geometric algebra, we will figure out that they really are the same thing, so I will use the notation that looks like the absolute value. Let's do an exercise. Here are a bunch of vectors. What is the length of each of these vectors? Please pause the video and try to answer this question. So,
I've done all these exercises, so this is mostly revision. But so I'm just gonna let these play. Hopefully that's chill. Oh, hi Emmanuel, I didn't see you there. Yeah, not bad. We're just breaking for lunch. Oops. Yeah, screw
the
it.
first vector should be easy. It is along the x-axis, and you can see that it ends at 3, so the length is 3. The second vector is very similar, but there is one thing that might trip you up. You can see that the vector is along the y-axis and that it ends at -2, so you might say that the length is -2. However, length is a positive quantity, so the actual length is just 2. The third vector is a bit harder because it doesn't start at 0. You can see that its end is at -3, but its start is at -2, making its length 1. It's with the fourth vector that things start to get interesting. This vector isn't parallel to an axis, so we can't figure out the result easily. What can we do here? Well, we can make a right triangle with this vector where the other 2 sides are along the axes. We know that the lengths of these 2 sides are 4 and 3, and then we can use the Pythagorean theorem to find the length of the vector. Thus, the length of this vector is 5. Finally, this last vector is similar to the previous one. We can make a right triangle and use the Pythagorean theorem to find the length. We see that the length is 2 times the square root of 2. If you were wondering why they taught you the Pythagorean theorem at school, finding the length of a vector is one of its most important applications. Let's consider 2 special lengths a vector can have, 0 and 1. What does it mean for a vector to have a length of 0? We think of vectors as arrows, which are oriented line segments. Can you even have a line segment with a length of 0? Well, I guess you could have a point, but is that really a vector? To figure this out, let's think back to why we care about vectors in the first place. Remember that we were using vectors to represent points in space. We would represent some point by thinking of the vector from the origin to that point. Notice that the length of each of these vectors is the distance from the origin to the point the vector represents. So do any of these vectors have a length of 0? We can rephrase this question as asking if there are any points that are a distance of 0 away from the origin. Well, the origin itself has a distance of 0 away from the origin. Thus, if we want to be able to represent the origin using a vector, we need to have a vector with a length of 0. In fact, the distance between every other point on the plane and the origin is greater than 0, meaning that this is the only vector with a length of 0. Let's call this vector with a length of 0 the 0 vector, and write it with the symbol for 0 but as a vector. As we'll see later, the 0 vector plays a similar role to the number 0 in many equations. In fact, in geometric algebra, it turns out that the number 0 and the vector 0 are the same thing. However, at the moment, we are actually doing linear algebra, not geometric algebra, so we have to distinguish between the two. We know the 0 vector has a length of 0, but what's the orientation of the 0 vector? We think of the orientation as the direction the vector is going, but the 0 vector doesn't really go anywhere. Thus, let's just say that the 0 vector has no orientation. So what about a vector with a length of 1? Vectors with a length of 1 are not as weird as the 0 vector, but they are still pretty useful. Let's call vectors with a length of 1 unit vectors. To distinguish unit vectors from other vectors, instead of writing the vector with the arrow above it, we will instead write the vector with a circumflex, which we usually just call a hat. We read it as v hat, so the equation on the right says that the length of v hat is 1. In general, if a hat is on a symbol, that means that it is a unit vector. That's pretty much it for finding the length of vectors, at least for now.
Time to cancel him on Twitter.
Let's now move on to changing the length of vectors, or scaling. Let's start with this vector and double its length. What should we call this new vector? We want to find some way to write this operation of doubling the length, but how should we do it? Let's look at the correspondence between these vectors and numbers as I suggested earlier. The number associated with v is 3, and the number associated with the scaled vector is 6. We see that scaling the vector by a factor of 2 corresponds with multiplying by 2. Thus, scaling is similar to multiplication. So let's call the scaled vector 2 times v. In general, let's define multiplication between a number and a vector to mean scaling the vector by that number. Because numbers can be used to represent scaling, we will call numbers scalars. Even though we are calling them by a different name, scalars are just numbers. To differentiate between the different kinds of multiplication, let's call this multiplication between scalars and vectors scalar multiplication. One interesting thing to note is that with normal multiplication, we take 2 numbers and get another number in return. However, with scalar multiplication, we take a number and a vector and get a vector in return. We see that scalar multiplication involves different objects, whereas normal multiplication does not. It's important to remember this difference, so keep it in mind. However, like many other things, we will later learn that normal multiplication and scalar multiplication are special cases of a more general product where this distinction is less important. For now, though, we need to keep them separate. Multiplying a vector by a positive number makes sense now, but what about multiplying by a negative number, such as -2? Well, the vector is represented here by the number 3, and 3 times -2 is -6, so the vector here is -2 times v. In general, multiplying a vector by a negative number flips the vector so that it faces the other way. Now, you might be getting mad at me, saying, "Hey, I thought you said that scaling doesn't change the orientation of a vector." But now you are saying that scaling by a negative number flips the vector to point the other way. Let's make an analogy to try to make it clearer why this makes sense. When talking about the natural numbers, the sum of two numbers is always greater than or equal to each individual number. You can try.
No worries, my man.
Number. You can try any two natural numbers, and no matter what, these inequalities are true. However, while this is true for the natural numbers, it is not true once we bring negative numbers into the mix. The property that we initially saw, the fact that the whole is greater than the parts, seems like an essential fact of addition. However, when we extended it to negative numbers, that property was lost. It's the same with scalar multiplication. It initially seemed like the fact that scaling a vector doesn't change its orientation was an essential fact about scalar multiplication. However, when we extended it to negative numbers, that property was lost. And it's not like it was completely lost. Scaling a vector still always leaves it on the same line, even if its direction can be reversed. Now that we've got all of that out of the way, let's do another exercise to make sure you understand how scaling works. Here are the same vectors from the previous exercise. Find each of these scaled vectors. You may think it's hard to find a vector when you aren't using the animation tools that I'm using. You have several options here. For one, you could redraw this picture on your own paper and then draw the scaled vectors yourself. Another option is to find the coordinates of the start and end of the scaled vectors. Anyway, please pause the video and solve this.
I'm going to clean up real quick. I'll leave this on just in case you guys want to solve it. Just needs to clean up a little bit, or at least do the first one. You should be able to do the red one instantly. Got all vectors. Yeah, just give me a moment. I'll be with you guys shortly. Don't want to be a disgusting slob of a streamer with all the cutlery and food that I've just eaten. All over the place. Alright. Excuse me. Deal. Just grab a jacket. Be right back. Oh, there's one just there. Never mind. Okay. I can't have dishes to clean up if I never eat real food. Greg's mystery bag. I love that, yeah. That's funny. Oh, yeah. I'm trying to bulk, put a bit of weight on, so... Because I've been a skinny guy forever, and going to the gym over time for a long time now, and I haven't really progressed in weight, so... I've got to at least try to eat something that's kind of substantial. Yeah, Tokyo Spliff is online, I'm sure he is. It's Friday, he's his usual shebang. Hope he absolutely crushes it. Alright, so I assume you guys solved basically all these. I think the only one that's kind of awkward to solve is this one.
Let's go through these in order.
But, let's see.
First, we need to find 2 times v1. v1 goes from 0 to 3, so doubling this means that 2 times v1 goes from 0 to 6. Next, we need to find 1/2 times v2. This time, the vector gets smaller because we are scaling it by 1/2. It originally went down to -2, but when that is cut in half, it instead goes to -1. The next vector to find is -3 times v3. This time we are multiplying by a negative number. It originally goes 1 to the left, so now it needs to go 3 to the right. Now to find 0 times v4. This one is a bit different. Any number times 0 is 0, so the length of 0 times v4 is 0. This means that the result is the 0 vector. Finally, we need to find 3/2 times v5. Multiplying by a fraction like this can be confusing at times. We can do this by first scaling it down by 1/2 and then scaling it up by 3, making for a total scaling of 3/2.
There we go.
Great. So we now know how to multiply vectors by scalars.
I'll finish this video.
But wait,
And then we'll get
what
back
about
to coding.
adding them? And what about adding and multiplying vectors by each other? We'll get to all of these eventually. In fact, in the next video, we are going to figure out what it means to add 2 vectors. Before you watch it, see if you can figure out what vector addition should be yourself.
Well, I assume a lot of you guys already know this kind of stuff, so... But I'm just going to keep going through this series as I break for lunch, because the stuff I haven't done, so it gets much more complicated. Like how to do rotors and all this kind of stuff. I just need to go over some of this. So I haven't done all of it, but I've done most of it. Anyway, so hopefully you guys enjoyed that while we were breaking. What have we got? So we'll close that. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate the follow, guy. Magnums. So we are 3 off getting our affiliate thing. And how far are we off 4,000 subscribers? Let's see. So we dropped one just before. Oh, we're back up to 99. Look at that. We're getting there. Someone unsubscribed and someone resubscribed. That's just how it goes. So yeah, all looking good. Yeah, 3 off affiliate and 1 off 4K. Oh, I've got very cold all of a sudden. Wait. You're summon your alt. Well, yeah, if you don't have to, but yeah. It's up to you. We are 1 off. I think it'll pop up on the screen if someone subscribes, I think. But yeah, anyone out there could be my 4,000th subscriber. Anyway, okay, so we have this redefine issue. Let's start our timer. Okay, let's stop this timer. And let's start our development timer, and What are we gonna do? Let me think. Oh yeah, let's start the music. Let me kind of roughly adjust this down, and I'll play some tunes. Let's pause this for a second. I forgot. So let's just see how that loud that is. Probably worth turning it down just in general. I'll turn it down on YouTube though. It's just quieter for me. Done, bro. Let's see. Hang on. What we should do. Yo, there we go. 4K. Woo. With the victory fanfare theme. Thank you very much, everyone. We did it. Got to 4K. Thank you. There we go. I honestly, I said this when we reached 3K, but I'll just say it again. I honestly was hoping to get to 2K by the end of the year. So yeah, it's there we go, fourth. And it goes down to 3.3999. But we at least saw it at 4K. We at least saw it at 4K. It's just how it goes with these things. I'm still calling it. We hit 4K. That's all that mattered. Yeah, honestly, thank you guys. Yeah, peaking at 4K is the thing. I really just wanted to get to 2,000, and now we're at 4,000. Well, we were at 4,000, but I'm going to call it 4,000. Oh, there we go, back up again. We clipped already. Yo, thank you. Let's go. You're subbing, trolling me on purpose. Fair enough. I think we got it back. Someone was trolling me. Thank you, Alex. That's funny. There we go. Lovely. Thanks for the clip as well. I'll have to post that on maybe a YouTube short, perhaps. Who knows? Extra bit of fun. The fact that we had a bit of drama in the middle of that. That's fun. All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you all. Love you guys. It's honestly, I'm very flattered. All right. Let's see. Ooh. A bit cold all of a sudden. All right. Where are we up to? There we go. Glorious. Look at that. 4,002. Fantastic. Yeah, we'll have to go back and clip that, yeah. I'll clip it for myself, baby. I don't know how it works, but I'm sure we can clip it sometime. Let's just we'll have to post this somewhere. I'm just gonna look at my stream. Wow, look at that 4,004 flipping heck. Thanks, guys. Let's see. What I'm looking for is this. Yeah. Okay, so this is just myself in the future, so I can clip it easier. So roughly about 13. I'm just going to reference that there. So there we go. And yeah, I'll leave this there for now. Yeah. Oh, your mum and dad's subscriptions didn't go through. Damn. Let's get a refund. I love that. I love the fact that Alex Troll does on purpose. But that's just how it is, you know, sometimes. Anyway, let's continue. So, it's external does not resolve, and that is for Z, and that's for like Z error. So let's have a look. So yeah, stuff like this is only defined but not resolved. And if I try it, yeah, okay, so what is this? Is there a way to like get rid of this or something? Okay, what does this do? It defines it as nothing. I see. Okay, so I've defined it as nothing, but I think what I need to do then is include I need to include the C file. Look at that, lovely. Right. We need to include, as far as I'm aware, if I go back to have we got the timer running? No. Right, okay, so where is this standard Zeb? It is, I'm trying to think. Externals, this, and I think, yeah, if I have this open, I think everything's defined within there. So let's have a look. I kind of need to include this. Yeah, I need to include this file, I think, in the library. Otherwise, it won't work. Which is, okay, that's the next thing I think I need to do. I need to include Z. Yeah, yeah, okay. That's what I need to do. So if we throw this in here, we should have the C file so that we get everything that needs to be included for standard Z. And we've set it so it's not trying to link it against the library. As far as I'm aware, let's just see if this builds. Okay, so can't find that. Oh, because the dash is the wrong way around. Okay, right, let's see. Build. Okay, what's the issue? I assume it just can't find the file, so let's get rid of this. So it can't find that. Okay. Oh, did I not put vendor? Vendor external, yes. Besu. And then, oh, I'm an idiot. I need to go one step further. Zlib. Z standard even. I keep calling it zlib. I think it is. It's something like that. It's some compression library. So it's rebuild. So now, although it'll take longer to compile, I pray and hope that we do have the standard Z stuff. Okay, so that's a progression. We are missing. I don't know what we're missing now. So DF. Okay, so this is also. Okay, I think this DF. I don't know what this D2DF is, but it's also missing, and I think we're just going to repeat the same pattern. First things first, we're going to make sure that in our external DF, whatever, when we include this, we don't have like a DLL thing. You know, like, oh, this is a DLL if you've defined it. I think. So what are we looking for here? We're looking for interrupt this thing, right? So I don't know what C file this is in. Right. So, oh, we got another subscription. we see how big the number is now? Or it's the same. Thank you all for the lovely subscriptions, by the way. It's really nice of you to push me over 4,000. I'll keep trying to make good content for you guys. I hope. I know the stream hasn't been. I feel like the stream hasn't been very good, but maybe you've enjoyed it. If you have, I don't mean to take that away from you. I just feel like I could have done better today by realizing just a simple mistake that I kept making. But anyway, you know, I really do hope that I can, you know, be constantly provide value for you guys in whatever that way that may be. So yeah, I do very much appreciate you all. Okay, so that's not it. I need to find the... Where would this be? So there's a ton of things in here. This... Stop it. Okay, nope. Let's get rid of these. So what I'm looking for now is... No. I want to find these definitions. Nope. Okay. And... I don't know if we need to include all this, you see, or if it's just in like one CPP file or C file. I think this will be in here, right? Okay, so there's something in here. Yeah, okay, so this function exists in here. And it looks like we're going to maybe have to include all of them. Because I don't know what we're missing in here, to be honest. We're just going to include them one by one, I think. Otherwise, I won't know what we're missing, what we're not, what we don't want, what we do want, you know? So we're just going to have to like go one step at a time and reduce the linker errors as we go. And eventually this will build in with KTX2, which, although it has been a struggle, we will get there no matter what, right? So this is our first thing. I honestly think we're over the hard part, right? I just think we just need to get this working, like, slowly. So I'm just going to build this. And let's just see if that's gone. Yep, we lost some DLL linker errors. And I think it's pretty obvious we need this fella, so we're just going to get that guy as well. So I think it's pretty obvious that we need this guy, because it's the same file name as the first error. So we just keep building. Oh dear, we've got more issues. But did we get rid of that error? Okay. Right, it looks like we're just gonna have to include them all. It looks like if we're getting errors because we haven't included other stuff, then I think we're just gonna have to include like eventually everything anyway. So. Oops. So yeah, I'm just gonna go from top to bottom, I think. Even though this is kind of going antithetical to what I want to do, but I think we're just gonna start bumping into errors if we don't do this. At the very least, what we can do is we can start removing stuff that I think I don't need, but we probably don't need the test files, so I'm going to leave them out. Did I get this one? Nope. C. And what else? The eSwap, which I'm sure has a bunch of other stuff that's missing, as you probably would expect. We'll try and get rid of stuff that's not. If the symbol's on errors in check header or what are they called? Texture 2, then we'll just like try and figure out what we don't need anymore, you know? So we'll work backwards I don't even know what this library is, to be honest. This could be like a really simple printing library, you know? I don't know what FD means. It's like FD, everything's FD, FD, FD. Okay, so it looks like... Okay, so bidirectional mapping is the last one, I think. Right, so we got that, and then... Oh, you're on Windows 10, like, why not Windows 11 at Linux at this point? I need to faff around with Windows to get it working, to be honest. Because I don't have the motherboard that supports the new Windows 11, despite having the hardware to do it. Like, I have enough RAM and the CPU's fine and all that kind of stuff. They've just decided to lock out my CPU because it doesn't have that motherboard in it. I don't think we need inline, but I'll include it anyway. Yes, okay, that just worked. So I hope this builds. And where's that eSwap? Okay, so that's pretty straightforward to fix. I'm gonna make this local actually, because it's just this. So, so what I'm gonna do is just set a. I don't even know if we need eSwap, but. So what I'm going to do is just set a variable here. Linux, I'm kind of stuck on Windows, to be honest, I'm not going to lie. The reason I'm stuck on Windows is, it's because most gamers are on Linux, sorry, on Windows still. DF. The DF include. Alright, so I pray and hope this is the last thing that I need, and will ever need. Alright, okay, and then we can just build everything. Nah, it's fine. I mean, it's a good question. Garib is asking a good question. I get this all the time, because it's like, well, why, if you're a programmer, you know, everyone likes Linux, why not go to Linux? It's like, it's a good question, because it's like one of these things that's like, well, think about it. But generally speaking, game developers are kind of stuck on the platform that most people use, because I can't natively build on Linux and then release stuff for Linux and then find out that something's broken on Windows. I can afford to do that the other way around, right? Because it's kind of like, well, if most gamers are going to be on Windows anyway, then my effort is best spent on Windows. And that's why I'm basically stuck on here. Eventually I will find a way to be on Windows 11. Either I hack the... I fudge around the silly restriction, or I upgrade my hardware, which is going to be kind of painful, considering I didn't buy... I bought RAM not too long ago. And the RAM nowadays is... Ugh. Oh, I don't want to think about the RAM. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Said chunks. Oh. Why is this missing everything? Right, I'm gonna try and get rid of eSwap. If I can get rid of eSwap, then I just pray that we don't need it. It's just nothing's work. I mean, I can add in. I mean, it also needs a standard int. I don't really know what else it needs after that, though. It could be. Oops. Is that everything fixed, or? We'll find out. No, okay, so there's a bunch of... Oh, really? That's the thing. OS stuff is explanatory, so asking questions is kind of... No, it's a fine question to ask. I think it's fine. I don't... It really doesn't mind. Dual boot, ask somebody to compile the game on Windows. Use GitHub Actions. You have a lot of options. Yeah, that's the problem. I don't know where to put my assets, and also if I'm paying for assets, I don't want to give them away for free. You know, that's the thing. And if the game is like, if I ask people to pay for the game, but you can build it for free, I think it might be, you know, a slap in the face for some people. You know. I really don't mind questions like that, 214. You don't have to defend me against questions. I promise you that these questions are totally valid and I don't mind answering them at all. That's true. Asprite does that. But let's just say I pay for, like, you know, thousands of pounds worth of assets, and I want to sell the game for $8 on Steam or something, you know. It's like, that gets kind of tricky. Let's just try and get rid of this. Outside of that, it's also the assets. Like I said, I've also got to make sure the licensing for the assets are fine, because people can, let's just say I pay an artist to make assets and they just want it to be copyright. And let's just say I get multiple artists to collaborate. It gets really difficult to figure out what to do there. Right. Because even if I paid for them, like, then uploading them for free is not often something that people want. It's like if I bought a book and then uploaded the PDF, right, to the internet. That's typically copyright issues. Okay, so we're losing. Can we get around? Yeah. Okay, so we don't need eSwap. We didn't need actually all the other stuff. Where's this then? I have no clue. Right. Okay, so there's a bunch of files I added that I don't need, really. Let's just check they're not in here. Well, okay, so let's just check this. Nope. Okay. Look at that. I'm enjoying that being at 4,000. Alright, right, let me think. What am I missing then? It's possible I'm missing stuff actually within... I wish I could search for this thing, but I can't really search for this string if it's not in the directory already, you know. I can find it. Hang on, am I searching? Yeah, I'm searching the entire solution list, please. Yeah, I can find it here, for example, but... if this is KT int... that's in texture 2. Where is that living? So, is there a KT CPP? Or something? Let's see. So we have I need to sort by files, I think. This 10x is not helpful at all. I wonder if I could just uninstall that real quick. Whoa. What the heck's going on here? I never used it. You have to pay for it, and I don't have the funds to pay for an IDE right now. So 220, 214 even. Let me just uninstall something quick. Yeah, 10x, thank you. While this goes. Okay. Asking why X when it comes to OS just leads to personal preferences once you get to know you have so many options for each platform. But if you want to know someone's personal preference, yeah, it's fun. It's also game devs are kind of stuck on the assuming that they want to sell the product, right? You know, it's not necessarily true that always the case, but you know, if you are interested in finding these things out, right? Is there a way to refresh this to say this doesn't exist anymore? I really don't mind these questions. I don't mind. And I'm stuck in the godforsaken. All right, let's just open up a new. The song is so nice. Ah, this is so nice. This song. I don't know why I like Final Fantasy V. I think it's like one of the comfiest Final Fantasies out there. Right, what am I doing? I'm trying to... Let's build this again. So yeah, I'm trying to find these guys. I need to go in standard int.h in the vendor stuff. I didn't expect this to be this difficult, but hey. This is why we code, to get better at stuff, right? Let's just checking this is on. Yes. I'm sure he's just joking about. I assume he's not angry, right? I don't want to cause arguments. As long as everyone's chill in chat, then it's fine. But sometimes, sometimes jokes come off poorly or something like that. The goon court is frightening me. Yeah, and I'm the judge. I'm the goon judge. Watch out. Alright, let me just sort out something. Right, okay. Right. I'm just not paying attention. I'm fighting for my copyright right now. Fair enough, yeah. Is that lofty of a title? Yeah, that's true. Maybe a Goon Junior Judge, perhaps. Maybe I'm a paragoon instead of a judge. I'm just the worst. I'm just the lowest of the low. Anyway, what am I doing? I can't even remember. Right, so we need to find out where these live. Yes. So construct. Let's do construct because that's going to knock out two things at once. All right. So this is in text. Yes, it's in texture. That's fine. Oh. What is it? I'm confused here. Go back to the errors. Oh no, it is per. Okay, idiots. All right. Okay, so this is in check header and okay, so it's in these two, and I have a feeling that this is in the lib code. I have no idea without using grep or something like that. which I don't remember how to do with WSL. Maybe it's worth it to try and remember how to do all that grep stuff, because I don't know where this lives, you know. I mean, I could just throw this all into a file, but I feel like we're just going to run into more issues. I wonder... Hang on. If I take all these files, including these... inline files won't have anything. Can I open it in Notepad++? Can I search the entire... No, I think... Oh, find in files directory. Yeah, because I'm trying to find, yeah, select folder. Oh, that was actually really nice. There is a built-in... So yeah, that's the... I need the declaration. So it's in... Okay, so it's in mini wrapper. That's CPP. Okay, so we need to include that guy. Yeah, I had a feeling it was in here. So that is... Yeah, okay, it's in min's wrapper. Okay, let's... What is it called? Okay, so that's gonna speed it up considerably. Okay, that's really nice actually. I don't know why my Windows is looking bad. All right, go into the CMake. You say, bruh. Grr. I don't know what you're referring to. Yeah. Oh, you're referring to him saying, Can't stop myself. Having a conversation like this keeps putting a strain on my name, but I keep doing it, man. I keep doing it. I can't stop myself. Right, I see. That's funny, that. Alright, let's just build. Hopefully we get rid of some errors. And don't introduce more. Okay, so we don't have, as far as I'm aware... Yeah, let's get rid of this guy. I'd love to... No, we need to get rid of this. It's prohibited format, actually. There's multiple of these. Okay. So, let's do this again. But with this guy. Actually, let's just... Did we get rid of that officially? Yes, we did. Okay, yes, this is actually working. Finally. Okay. Oh, I got the wrong thing. Sorry. Is prohibited format. Where do you live? So that's the checker header. Yep. That's... I don't know what that is. I want to find the... Where is defined? It is defined in format checker. .c. Okay, that's hopefully going to be super easy too. So this is vk format check.c. Okay, so hopefully this will be the next, like, we'll knock out 2 here, which would be quite nice. You know? Excited. We'll hopefully get down to a couple of errors. And then we can build. Come on. Yes, okay, we're down to 3. We're getting there. Alright, so I'm going to do this one. Where are you? So you're a function again. Okay, so you're defined in types. Okay, easy, easy, easy. BK format, type, size.c. And okay, come on, come on, come on. We got this. And build. 2, we're down to 2. Please keep going down. The last thing I want is to include 1 and then it goes up to like 6, you know what I mean? Alright, so we need that, okay. VK, oops, format, check, variant.c. Okay, get this guy in. And get rid of this. And rebuild. And we should hopefully be down to 1. Okay, we're down to 1. Now this is the one I was nervous about, so I left it for last. Where is this? So this is declared in texture 1. When is it? Where's defined? Texture 1, right? Yeah, that's it. Texture 1. That's all we need. We need it in texture. We just need texture 1. So where's texture? Texture. Do we have texture 2 in here? Let's do duplicate texture 1. And then let's pray we don't get any more horrible include issues. And we might be able to build. We built. We bloody built. Ah, we did it. We got there in the end. Oh my goodness, what a fight that was. Jeez. Alright, let's just see if we loaded the file though. We didn't break it. Oh yeah, because we're not on the main menu. Pogs, yeah, pause champ. There we go. Thank you, and a clap. Thank you very much. Alright, let's just see we loaded the file. It should be pretty straightforward. Yes, we loaded the file. Okay, so it is working. The library is doing it what it's supposed to. Whew. So how long did that take? Time. Everyone do, speed. My speed run time. What was my speed run time for getting a library? One library working. Let's just have a look. So we're gonna. So that took us. Where's the? How long have we been streaming for? I think it's OBS maybe. Nearly 5 hours. There we go. Yeah, I think it's better on YouTube actually. We see that. Yeah, yeah. So 4 hours and 48. Yeah, that's the world. That's the. I'm not going to say it's the world record. Okay. But we did it. We did it, dude. We did it, dudes. That's why I'm staying away from C++. Yeah, this was a CMake configuration nightmare more than anything. So I've got a bunch of things in here that I don't want. I don't know what I need. So I know I need this, but I don't know if I need the rest, you know? It could have been overkill. So I am going to remove these briefly and just see if we can get away with it. You know? Oops. And then we can actually start doing what I came here to do in the first place. Oh, man. What a flipping odyssey that was. Sometimes I say to people, like, sometimes simple problems just need to take hours and hours and hours. And that's just a case. That's just an example. That required basically 5 hours of work. There's nothing I could have done to speed that up. I would have had to spend that time, you know? Alright, so I think, but this is going to be very easy to bring in. The iteration loop is going to be much faster to get rid of these linker errors. Yep. Okay. And that looks like Yeah, I just don't know if we need all of these. I'm going to say this one. We might need all of these. I actually have no idea. No, but we'll see. This is just to help with compilation time. Yes, we needed get numerate. So something to do with components. I'm going to guess, because we're using Vulkan this. If not, we won't add it. Nope, okay. We don't need that then. Can officially not use that. Maybe the color space. Whoops. Nope, we don't need that either. So this is just telling me what I don't need. More than what I do need, you know? Because we added too many things all at once. So queries perhaps? We don't need color space. We've removed the wrong thing. There we go. Okay, so that's all we needed. We can get rid of these. Just had too many libraries, too many includes for what we needed. Yeah. Angelica's cuties on a good old Haskell. Do you have prior experience with building libraries? Do I have prior experience with building? Yes, but not. This library was horrible. I don't know if that was me or being a dumbass. I have no idea, dude. Like the fact that I need to work out we needed these specific C files, and then I needed like multiple from different locations. It was just horrible, dude. Do you know about Tokyo Spliff? Yes, I do. So maybe I need to brush up on some of my configuration type stuff. But yeah, I know it seemed like watching probably like I didn't even know what C++ even is. Okay, so. But here we are. We made it. We made it in the end. All right, let's go to a 2D render and start trying to convert over to KTX, I guess. I know that was probably maybe excruciating for some people, so if that was for you, I do apologize for that. But we got there in the end. Oh, another subscription. There you go. Look at that. Yeah, I think Tokyo Spliff's live now, right? Yeah, I haven't looked at it, but I'm pretty sure you did it the hard way. Yeah, probably. Surely it's not documented well, but that's par for the course. Yeah, I've had libraries that are just absolute beauties to work with. Like header-only libraries are always the best. Always the best. But that was not that. But anyway, so our 2D renderer. I'm sure a more experienced programmer would have blasted me out the water with that, you know what I mean? But I'm not going to worry about it, you know. It is what it is. It took nearly 5 hours. That's how long it takes sometimes. Anyway, so our 2D, so we load this texture in. Yeah. And we use this instead. Now, I don't even know after that, what do we even do? So we have, so when we load in, when we do this, we need to get the format type, which I believe is, yeah, VK format. That'll probably be fine. And the rest, I think, is probably pretty straightforward. And then what do we do? Do we do anything interesting after that? I don't think so. That's the entire size, which we can just set here, I think. Yeah. Or maybe not, actually. No, I think I think it's fine. We just set it up here. We don't actually do it. Yeah, okay, so let's load a library. Sorry, let's load a file. A real one. I like the pixel art profile picture. I don't check the OBS chat. What's wrong with that? Oh, don't look at the. No, sorry. I thought you said I don't look at. Sorry, don't look at the OBS. Don't look at the OBS chat. Sorry, I just exposed you. Right. Okay. So let's start editing this file. Have you ever used Raylib? It's pretty good. Yeah. I've heard great things from it. In fact, it's like the standard framework library. It seems to be right now. I'm sure it's fantastic. I haven't used it now. Right. Okay. So, right. Let's concentrate now. What we need to do is attempt to load this library in. Not library in. Sorry. Load this in instead, because this is the simplest case. Where we do this instead of SDB, KTH, and then include. Oh, why aren't you working? In fact, I can just grab the includes here, right? Oh, it's .h. Idiots. It's not a standard template library. Right. Alright, so the path that comes in is this. Sure it's the same. Yep, so go to this. If this is equal to we error out anyway. Yeah, so go to this and this. Maybe we should comment this out for now. Real mad Raylib belongs to trash. I really stopped using it. Slightly quirky OpenGL. I see. Yeah, I did think it was even OpenGL. Yeah. Right bindings for a better API. Yeah, I see what you're saying there. I know. It does the job. I think that's what most people care about, to be honest. Not that it's necessarily like bad or anything. I don't really have any personal opinions on it, to be honest. Apart from the fact that people seem to like it, so that's cool. So if the code is not equal to, what is this called? Grab these. Tap this in, and cool. Now we need to fill up everything. So width and height, that comes from looking at my notes. This song's so good. So width and height. Fantastic. And I don't know why we're casting to 16, but whatever. And the MIPS, I guess we could. Oh, it's the depth. Sorry. What else is here that's unique? Get formats. Right, we'll do that. Now I assume that this would go here. Yeah, okay. Now here's the tricky part, the actual data. How do I get that out? Unless you're using Haskell, where it has better bindings. Okay, yeah. We have Vulkan, but Raylib is basically our commonly used OpenGL equivalent, or slightly less equivalent. I see. I've taken it upon myself to ruin Ray Sand's reputation on the internet. Fair enough. I see. Yeah, you're the first person actually who doesn't like it, which is interesting. Right. Look at that. 4K. Lovely. We did that together, boys. Right. I hadn't been timing that whole time. Let me just fix that. I don't know why. Alright, cool. 5 hours in. Let me think. I'm trying to go to the How to Vulkan tutorial. I just want to see what else I'm missing for just pure textures, you know? Morning, Mika. How you doing, dude? Good to see you, my man. Hope you had hopefully you had a good night's sleep. We've just been battling getting one library working for 5 hours, basically. Oh dear. Right. Okay. So what do we need to do to actually get the data into the staging buffer? That's the next question. I don't know how to do. And I could probably improve how I do this, because this is a better... How to Vulkan does this better than I do. It uses fences instead of just QA idle, but for now I'm going to ignore that and just see how do we get the actual data out, if you know what I mean. So when we create, that's the image barrier. I think we're a bit too high here. Where's the staging buffers? Whoops. Let's go to the side. What's this? Yeah, copy buffer to image. Source image. What is this? Is that a staging buffer or what? Actually need to find it. Ah, okay. Data size. Yeah, but what are we copying in? Usage. Yes, this is all just setting up a staging buffer, but what's the data? Okay. Okay, so that's that. That's that, yeah, that's fine. It's mapped memory. Oh, it's mapped. Uh-oh. So he might do it later on, actually, rather than right away. Yeah, maybe uploads. Yeah, and a queue stuff. Yeah, I think that's exactly what's happening. He's doing it. If it's mapped memory, he's definitely going to get the pointer and then upload it later. I think he's going to be doing it with the... Where is it? It must be... That's the sampler. Where are we now? So it's the bottom of load sheet. Okay, so let's work backwards. So he's using some kind of strange, which is fine. Right, texture descriptor. Let's see. Let's just look at the library actually. Is there a maybe I should look up documentation, but like I'm gonna look for data, see how many times it turns up, and then maybe get KTX probably has a function. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm thinking right now. Get data size uncompressed, which is yes, it's kind of what I'm after, but that's the size. Okay, so maybe these are the functions, right? Node image data. Okay, we can probably find this out. Yeah, let's just try and find some documentation, right? Oops, what am I doing? Okay. This seems like vibe coded stuff or whatever. Get image data. Does that exist? Okay, so hang on. Let's just go to the KTX tutorial. Maybe there's like a quick example somewhere. Let's just go to the GitHub. Sometimes there's like a GitHub, like, oh, if you want to do the simplest thing in our library, this is what you do. To make sure it works and stuff, you know. Okay, so create, display. Okay, so this does a lot of different things. Okay. Is there examples? I don't. Yeah, there is. Okay, cool. Let's see. Oh wow, this is a full. So what's the example doing? Right. So texture, there's a bunch of texture stuff in here. This is doing, this structure is used to pass in a Vulkan device to the loader, with the exception of the apps will typically load many textures. With the exception of the app will load many textures. Okay. So KTX texture create from named file. What's up, Munchie? How you doing, dude? How big is this example? Okay, so it's really small. That's good. Okay, so I'm a bit confused. How much is this? Okay, here we go. So create, here's our thing. Okay, so if the result is bad, KTX VK upload EX. What's that doing? Okay, so that seems a bit more substantial than I expected, to be honest. And it seems like it's abstracting a lot of stuff away. Yeah, tiling optimal uses it's using a sampler, and it's doing the barrier for read only. Now, if I go to how to Vulkan, is this being used anywhere? No. So it looks like it's abstracted away a bunch of work there. There's a mem copy of How to Vulkan. Oh, is that? Okay, I didn't see that. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's it. That's exactly what we need. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for looking that up. How long did it take you to learn Vulkan? Still learning it. But how long have I been learning it? I guess 2 years, but I've been kind of... I only really started to go... I've restarted like so many times that it's like that's why I'm not like where I should be with my Vulkan, I guess. P data, yep, that's what I needed. I need to point it to the data, and I think we might get a dangling point with this, but I'm just gonna kind of do exactly how I've done it before. How do I destroy an image? It should be at the bottom here somewhere. I'll work upwards. That's updating it at runtime. I think there's like a destroy. I swear I saw this earlier. Yes, that's the transfer's done. Surely you delete it at this point. Actually, is there a... Yeah, let's go in here and see if we can even destroy this. Hang on. We need an FAQ or something. Brobalt, yeah. Yeah, the FAQ section. Yeah, we have specs in the other one. In the YouTube chat, I admittedly haven't set up Nightbot in the stream, in the Twitch. Is there a destroy here? Yeah, destroy. Okay, that's what I was after. Now, I don't know if this is going to cause a dangling pointer or some kind of weird issue, but... In fact, I won't do that right away. I'll allow things to dangle. And we won't free the memory. But that should do exactly everything the same. Like, none of it should be the same, you know. I know I didn't paste it. I didn't get around to it, unfortunately. Ah, right. Okay, so this... Okay, so there's a bit more that we need. Which is fine. We'll slowly build up what we need here. We're kind of back to here again, but we kind of know how to solve this problem, so it's very easy to do. VK loader, which is... So VK loader. VK loader. Let's see. Let's add that in. You'll probably end up streaming. I'm gonna lay in bed. Alright, see you, my man. Take care of yourself, my man. Where's my C? Why is there a library? I don't know. This is what I was saying before. I was like losing my mind over this stuff. I could use this loading until I try to actually load it. I don't know what's going on. But anyway. Remove one thing at a time. The more we use KTX, the more we'll add stuff. Right. Didn't I use this? Hang on. Did I not search the right thing? Oh, I didn't search the right thing. Sorry. Okay, so this is used here. So it's kfunks. Sorry, I got the wrong thing in. Yeah, this is a strange library. Wait, it's already loaded. So I don't need that. No, I need to concentrate here. VK underscore funks. Yep, okay, so that should fix that issue. Reload. build. Alright, just one moment. Yeah, I just got the wrong file format, but it was looking good. Okay. This is what I was afraid of. We're supposed to see something here. And we don't. Rip, I guess. We aren't deleting the memory at all. We aren't touching this. It does go out of scope. I am kind of wondering if we do get some dangling issue, right? So it's possible that this needs to persist beyond the existence of the function, if you know what I mean. Otherwise, we end up with a... Is this a class or a struct? I'm going to say class? I don't actually know. We'll come back. Right, so... No, I'll... how do I want to search this? It doesn't matter. We'll find out. It'll warn us. It's just a warning otherwise. Okay. Do we get a warning saying it's a struct instead of a class? Okay. Okay. No, that didn't work either. So let's look at the Housey Vulkan. But it sure did load fast. So the mem copy was here. That's the data size. Did we send in the data size? So the set size was this. And it was a 4-bit component. Let's have a look. Yeah, okay, so we don't want any of these, I guess. We need, what else do we need? Right, this format might be bad. I have no idea what this format is. We need to just challenge all our assumptions here. So what is the VK format actually? Because if it's some kind of different format, then my assumption is really... Oh, it's me spelling that wrong. Then we need to do something different. Otherwise, we're not loading the right amount of data right in. Because it might be doing some like block compression stuff for us right straight off rip. So this is exactly, I think, the same thing. Formats, VK, 8, yeah, RGBA. So if I just, I think, oh, I did S-norm, interesting. I'm not sure if that makes any difference though. It just means our color space is different. But I will paste it in anyway. Just because I want to see. Right, go away. You know, my assumptions here. Right. No, okay. I didn't think that would be the case. Next is what is the height and width? We might just be getting a bad height and width here, which is like 0, so obviously it wouldn't work at all. Again, challenging assumptions. Because the last thing we want to do is spend forever debugging something with a mistake. It could easily be fixed by just looking at it, you know. Right. Okay. Whoops, I didn't put a breakpoint. Yep, that's correct. Has the data got anything in it? That seems about right. That's like typical. It's not null. It did load successfully. What else could it be? MIP levels. Do we have any MIP? I can't imagine the MIP levels. Do we have MIP levels in this? So we have formats. No. Okay. Let's see if we can get MIP levels like we did in this. Get MIP. Oh. MIP. Really? Interesting. Okay. So it's only for get form. Oh, it's in loader. Hang on. Let's try that again. Nope. Get MIP map. I don't know. One last try on map. I mean, it's oops. No, I don't know. I don't think that was going to be a thing anyway. Okay. Should we have a look at our number? Look at that. Yay! Bigger number. Very nice. Right. I should thank you guys on Twitch real quick, actually, as well. We're still on 22, which is chill beans. Right, let's keep going. So we've loaded this library. We have no, as far as I'm aware, we do exactly the same stuff. The height and width is fine, so when it calculates this, the format is the same. So I'm going to do sRGB. It doesn't really mean new norm, it's just a slightly different version of basically a different color space in RGB. Hi Bud, how you doing? Hi Bud, indeed. I haven't been called Bud in a while. Love it though. So your file path, which is just the name. So we create a texture. Let's step through this bit by bit. Where is it failing? So we're definitely able to get a texture. So I'm going to go in here. Hang on, that's not going to work. There's thousands of textures, not thousands, but like lots. So we unfortunately need to kind of step in. So let's delete the breakpoints. That's my Windows noise. Okay. So we have resources. Yep, we have a valid resource, hopefully, with nothing in it, yes. So width, height, depth, 1, correct. MIPS, 1. Image type, 2D. And then, again, 2D. Name is just the name of the file. Format is sRGB, which I don't think matters. Sampler hasn't been set yet. Usage is, don't know, but I'm assuming that's fine. Alright, so the layer count is 1. VK, yep, okay, so this is fine. It's all good. Ray layers, which is fine, that's the same deal. So we have 1 bit, yep, it's all good. We have dedicated. Interesting. It's not the same, but that's fine. I don't think any issue here, because it is a buffer that's just going to be. So we create a VK image which is dedicated. It's definitely color. Okay, so we'll think about that in a minute. The thing is, we successfully create all the objects, so it's not like it doesn't know what to do. Resource handle 5, texture, yep. So we just got to check the update loop. Next, I think. So what I'm going to do is, that's fine. So then we create, I think, a staging buffer. Yeah, this is the staging buffer. Now width times height by RGB times 1 should be the same as this. And layer count should be... We'll check about this. Yeah. Okay, so... Yeah, let's keep going. Let's try again. Nothing out of the ordinary right so far. So we can skip over this. So we have initial data. And our capacity is... Yep. Okay, so we are going in here. We create a staging buffer. These should be the same size. Yep. The buffer size is that. Let's just check. Hang on. Let's write this down. So that might not actually be correct. Right. So that's the size that we have before we did this K2H thing, right? Now we need to get the size of the actual buffer, right? I think it's that, right? What was it? So in our tutorial thing, we had a get size, right? Or a size thing. Where is it? Yeah, okay, so it's just data size and cast to U832. So let's just see. Okay, so what actually gets returned here? Because if we're copying too much or too little, it looks the same, but let's see. And yep, no, it's identical. Okay. Good try, good try. Gotta figure out. Okay, so it does know the correct size. We are doing the same maths. Then we do a sequence write, because we are just gonna write everything to a buffer. Then we create the staging buffer. We then do a VK allocate with the initial data, which is just a pointer. Staging allocations and yeah, okay. So all this is, as far as I can tell, correct. We should have, the next thing we should do is put this in render doc, I think. That's going to be a big giveaway what's going on. Yeah, so it looks good to me. I think that's the next thing I want to do, actually, before I go any further. Yeah, let's do that next. So let's get render doc open. My beloved render doc. I don't know why my, my Windows Start menu has gone all weird. I uninstalled one thing and it went all crazy. Might be time for some render doc inspection copy. Yeah, it's funny we had the same idea, almost at the same time. It's funny that happens more than you think on stream, because I didn't catch the stream right then. I didn't catch what you said there, Sir Tunks, but I was like, yeah, same wavelength. Right, so let's see. So there's nothing. We need to just turn off all this stuff. We haven't touched the shaders. So if you've never seen me tackle render doc before, this is how I typically do it. I have to disable the logging and then compile for release. There's nothing outside of logging and validation layers. There's not really anything. There's no improvement. The shaders don't get like hyper optimized or anything. but we will need a copy of the assets because we did regenerate the project actually from scratch, so that is something we need to do. So while that's building, it's going to take a minute. We can get rid of this actually while we're here. I don't think we use this at all. Okay, maybe we do. Or it's just one of these sillinesses. Yeah, this is going to take a minute, so we can do other things for a minute. Let's close this. Okay, so these are all... They're just regular. Okay, and... I don't know what's opened. I kind of want to keep that open for now. I don't want to start closing things. It could be the build, actually. We'll leave that for a minute. Anyway. So while that's building, I hope I don't mess... Hopefully the operating system can figure out what we're trying to do here. Yeah. So that's just the assets. Let that build. What else do we need to do? I'll try deleting it again, see if it works. Now, what is... You need administrative privilege to delete this. Do I? I didn't realise, okay. We shouldn't be using this at all, so it's not like... Oh, I'm an idiot. We need to be doing it with bloody git. rm rf ktx vendor / did not match any file. Oh, that's why. I'm confused. Oh, is it already deleted? I'm confused. Alright, something's weird about this file, so I'm just going to let the administrator kick it off and delete it then. Yeah. Okay, so there's something... What is going on? It must be this being used. Maybe I've made a mistake in the CMake here. Hang on. KTX. Yes, we got all this here. Tab this over, I guess. It's not the end of the world if we can't find it. I'm sure a restart will probably... My computer's acting a bit weird, to be honest, at the moment. If you know what I mean. It's doing a bunch of weird stuff. Anyway, let's open up our build release with no validation layers, hopefully. Yep, okay, fantastic. Now a render docky. Which is going to be very easy to capture a frame here. Alright. Begin rendering. Okay, so no, it didn't. There are no textures. Yeah, it didn't make it. Actually, where's the other texture? That's a global... Let's look at our fragment shader. So there's our where's our other... What? We should be seeing another one. Yeah, because if I... Hang on. Let me just run RenderDoc again while we get into the game. So... No. It's about here. Oh, interesting. It's not loaded the... I can't get past the menu. Huh. There's nothing to click on. Now, the buttons haven't been rendered, but also... What? You might have to queue... You might have to queue to capture frame 0 to the copy command right there. I've never tried that, actually. How do I queue? Yeah, let's give this a go. Because it is literally... Did it? Yeah, okay, this is frame 1. Okay, so we got a bunch of stuff. Okay, so... What do we need here? We see... Why do we begin? Begin and end, begin. Seems a bit redundant. Okay, but yeah, copy buffer to image. What are we copying here? Source. Doesn't seem like anything. Now I'm going to do this again just with the STB image, right? Yeah, thanks for that actual piece of information. I didn't actually know how to do that. This is why I kept this around. I had a feeling. So what I'm going to do is just kind of bring back STB image and just see the differences. Because I don't really know anything beyond this point is that useful. It's just, you know. Interesting. Let's just keep going. Oh, okay, some of this is, that is for IMGUI, which we don't use. Oh no, there it is, look. We found it. Huh. We don't have alpha, sadly, but... Okay, so it is here. And this is... So it is loaded into memory. Then... I wonder if it's flipped. You know what I mean? No, we still see. We would still see something. Let me just. Let's just make sure I'm actually rendering it. So main menu, this, legs. Yeah, I just remembered some of those textures that we saw that were just like white are the dummy textures. You know, just in case someone doesn't load a, if I find a model that isn't loaded, you know. With you know, it doesn't have like roughness textures or something like that. That's why it was like black, white, clear, kind of thing. Anyway, let me think. It is drawing. It's trying to draw something. And everything else is set up. We do bind the buffer that bind the descriptor sets. So the bind list descriptor sets. I'm kind of nervous though that what I'm going to try and do is... Okay, so that was kind of pointless thinking that... Now, we don't do a mem copy because It's possible. Hang on. It's possible that we need to make it mapped. I'm going to try and make it mapped real quick. Hang on. Can we confirm that in texture view here actually succeeded? So when I did this, yeah, you can see my my stuff is very good in the sense that I do a bunch of end and begins. But I could just be doing a bunch of memory barriers and stuff and kind of grouping this all together. Yeah, that's a good idea. If I click on this, I don't really see anything. That's the thing. I don't think there's anything that interesting here, to be honest. We have a regular... Yeah, this is the position of everything based on the size of the screen. Oh. What? Well, that's going to do it, right? Not a number, an infinite. What on earth? Okay, well, if we're getting those values, then certainly, yeah, certainly that's an issue, right? I've never seen that. I've literally never seen that in my life. Okay, so that is in the quad position. Monka S indeed. LOL. Or Monka. I think that means lol. Ah, man. Alright, okay, so, what do we need to do here? We need to go to here and check our texture coordinates. So when we do a, here's how we set up our texture coordinates. So when we add a button, we actually do a couple of different things. Okay, so that's not it. That's the actual thing. Render quad. This is what I'm just gonna check out this first. So these values I think are coming through. These min and max values should be coming through with something silly or not running at all. Oh yeah, okay. Like that, right? RenderDoc is so useful. Oh, what? It didn't run. What? Oh, I'm in release. Yeah, that's definitely going to cause an issue. So it looks like things are loaded correctly though. So we are doing things. Yeah, we don't care about this. And the next breakpoint, I don't think. Okay. What have we got here? We've got 1 and that looks close to 0, to be honest. Negative e to the power of... Yeah, I think that's just 0. Just very close to it. I could be wrong though, because it's negative. Right, okay, so let's just press F. What have we got next? Let's look at the other values. Yeah, let's just check individual values are actually. So, oh. No, I was wrong. Look at the height. What about the width? Okay, so that's the big problem, right? Height and width are very stupid. Where are they getting assigned? Wait, where are these values? Ah, right. Okay. I think. Yeah. Okay. This is a leftover from the SDB image library. Okay, so. Okay, this is actually quite an easy fix. It's literally that. That's the fix. And that should work. And if we're going to use these variables, might as well just use them properly. Yeah, this is a holdover from the SDB because it has to write out, the SDB image library has to write out these values in return in output values. And yeah, so these are never set, so it's just junk values divided by something. So if I were to rerun this again, I love RenderDoc, dude. I wouldn't have never figured that out. There we go. Okay, interesting. Right, that's because it's flipped. But we're getting there. That's why the buttons never worked, because they were just a bit crazy. I don't know if I should just do S norm, but let's just see how it looks. VK formats. So caps R8, G8. That's 4. What am I typing 4 in? R8. Yeah, progress clap. There we go. We are getting there. You never know. You might be able to render a texture properly for the first time with this bloody godforsaken library. Yeah, I just want to see unorm. Let's see how that looks. It's a bit dark, the sRGB, but I think yeah, okay, so that's kind of what it's supposed to look like, if that makes sense, outside of it being upside down. Anyway, I'm not too worried about that. We need to figure out how to spin this around. Now, I think this is very straightforward. Maybe. Now, this might not work at all. Actually, I definitely don't think it'll work. Yeah, now I think about it. It's just a bunch of gibberish, that. How do you flip an image? KTX. Flip an image. Oh, I haven't timed myself again. Alright, so let's just edit this. I assume I stopped this for a reason, so I'll do like 20. There we go. No, it's typically a function call here. I mean, I could store my pictures upside down, but that would be kind of tough. Flip. How do you let's just check the no, I need to see this. Oh. Where on earth? How do I get to the... Alright, I'll just do it like this then, fine. Alright, so... Maybe there's... so there's different super compression types. VK. Oh. Sorry, I didn't see what you said there. I think you can mess with the VK copy region to flip. I've got to be careful with that because there's some images I don't want to flip. You know what I mean? But I didn't know I could do that. Right, that's actually really good to know. So I'm trying to figure out... is there a flip in here? Pack... Right, I'm just going to look for flip in the entire solution. And just remove stuff that's not relevant. Yeah, not that. Not that. Yep, vendor. Not that. Not that. Okay. We're not really interested in that. Or this. Is that it? K, pack, U, disable, flip, individual. That's the only instance of flip in this library. I don't think that's it. Let's just check the tutorial real quick. Just look at our victorious. There we go. Look at 4010. Thank you guys, honestly. Anyway. What am I doing? I'm going to the How to Vulkan tutorial and I'm going to see if there's a flipping thing that he does or anything like that. Like, how do you do it? How do you deal with this? Yes, we have the so we can get the number of levels. That's actually good to know. Because I think I just hard code that at the moment. I think I need to change the... I think you've listened to Never Return Alive a couple of times now. Let's just pick... I have got this tool, this tool. And it allows you to export when you save. Let's just say I create a... I don't know. Yeah, create a cube texture. And it like does all this kind of stuff. You can save save as a KTX2 in this thing, in this PVX tool. PVS text tool. And you can open up a PNG and then save it as a KTX tool as well. So it does the conversion for you. So if you already have a PNG, you can convert it to KTX. Okay, so what do I need to do? I don't think there's a way to flip it, as far as I'm aware. I wish I knew. I wish I knew how to. That's not what I wanted. Let's close some tabs. All right. Just gonna close a couple of things so I can actually see what we're doing. Look at that later. No, we want that. You want to close that? Okay, cool. And get rid of that. I guess I don't need that anymore. So let's try again. KTX texture documentation. I think we just need to go through the documentation here. Fix the texture coordinates is right. Let's have a look. Where have you found that? So KTX, yeah, I'll look that up now. KTX software. Oh, it's right there. And then you went in. KTX tools. Yeah, I mean, we could just fix the texture coordinates now I think of it. I could just, how would I flip them in the white? It's not, yeah, maybe, yeah, let's just see if we can do that. I don't know if that's easier though. Like, if they're upside down, then it's just flip that texture coordinate upside down. Right? No. Okay, so that doesn't fit. That fixed the individual texture coordinates, but the actual let me look. Hang on. Let's do this again. Yeah. Okay. So that's upside. The whole image is upside down now. If you were to flip it, we would need to sample it the other way around as well. Need to get rid of this. This is junk. So the offset is fine. The row and column's fine. Okay, let's just mess around with a couple of things. Yeah, okay. If I wanted to flip it, if it did negative, that would make no sense. How do you flip? I mean, literally, I could just flip the image. It's not like a big deal. But I would need to, like, open it up. Is there an argument in here that I'm missing? Oh, creation flags. Hang on. Yeah, but what are they? Yeah, it's... what are the flags, though? Alright, so... Oh, hang on. I'm daft. We can... No flags. No... Is that it? Really? Load image from... Yeah, okay, KTX source. Load raw key values instead of creating a something. Load textures compatible with rules. Okay, so that's how we do that, but... Surely it must be like which way is the Y value. Oh my goodness, if we were doing this... Because when I, like... If I do this, for example... Go into the assets... Right, that knows it's the right way around. If I were to, you know, rotate it arbitrarily. Maybe there's like a KTX setup or something? You know? What is this? Agent? Oh, right. That's why I didn't find anything here. It's some AI slop. So if we look at the assets in how to Vulkan stuff, actually, that's just going to be a good guess. So as far as I'm... I just do this, okay. Let's look at the assets. I wouldn't be able to view these. This is only a real problem. You know what? I'm just gonna make my life easier and just do it upside down, to be honest. It doesn't really matter. I mean, it does for this particular case, but it's like for other things like this, like, does it really matter? You know? I give in, you know? We might have to do this all... Oh, we're gonna have to do that all these as well. But anyway, I'll worry about that later. Hang on. I think Tunks is actually onto something. If everything's flipped, yeah. Hang on. If everything's flipped in the future, then we would need to do this for every single object, right? Oh my goodness! What did you search? Oh, why you did that twice? VK command copy buffer to image. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna do exactly what he said because or she, I have no idea. So apparently I could flip the region. Yeah. Okay, so image heights. I don't know off the top of my head which one to do. Never will I know. Yes, indeed. Yeah, because like I said, if everything's upside down, then I need to flip everything upside down. So, but I need to know how to flip. Must not be 0. I can't imagine it's just -1. That would be a bit nuts. Yeah, okay, so it doesn't like that because it's unsigned. This is just for the main menu, right? How do you flip this? I don't know off the top of my head. How do you flip an image with this? So how do you flip an image? Is there a way to do this? That's the region. Okay, maybe it's not that then. But I don't really see anything else that's... Like, how do we know which way around this is? That's just the buffers. I don't know how familiar you are with this Tunks. It seems like the whole point of KTX is to solve this stuff offline. Is this KTX tool something... yeah, let me think. Do you solve this offline? I don't know. So we just assume that I'm cooked in the brain right now because I'm super tired and just rotate this and just deal with it later. I think I might ask people online. I think that might be the best of, you know what I mean? Yeah, because I don't know where to do this change. And if I load this in Paint, does this... How do I... Yeah, let me open this real quick. You're possibly right. Look at the metadata of this KTX file. I don't trust your KTX tool. Let's have a look. You don't trust it? Why? Has it got virus written on it or something? What's wrong with it? What's this? That doesn't seem like bad. Obviously, this is just data now, but I don't think there's anything particularly. Ah, what does it think this is? Yeah. Ah, right. That might be it. What's this? Yeah, you're probably right. It probably did rotate it maybe backwards. Yeah. Okay. So if I open up my tool again, so maybe it's the tool's fault. Maybe I just need to save it the right way around. You could be onto something there. Range, color sRGB. Because all I did is just save it out, right? And it should just went save. And I don't know how to. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep clicking around until I see something, honestly. I don't really see an obvious. Oh, there we go. Okay. Right. That was easy. Oh, we need alpha, obviously. What's that? I don't know what this means. Okay, so the axis is Y is down. If I go to yeah, so if I go to, where's the metadata? So I'm being a bit I don't know where this is. So about, can we change this? Like, no. These are all just pictures. I don't know what they mean. Offsets. No, this. Yeah. What is this? Oh, we generate maps. No, I don't want to do that. Undo previous action. Close current texture. And yeah, it doesn't give me any like encoding information. Yeah, from what I can see from cube view mouse control. I don't think that's it, but I could try it. That might be it, but I have no way of knowing. Cube view mouse control. That doesn't sound like anything to do with a regular texture. But anyway, let's just save this out. And we'll load it in, and we'll just call it a victory, right? Textures. KTX2. Yep. Okay. And let's just load this in. Oh, hang on. I think it's copied to a particular location. I think we'll just call victory on this once it's done, though. I think it was saved here. It needs to be saved here first. This is where it gets copied out to. When I regenerate the project, for example. This is where it's actually written now. Oops, and here we go. Yeah, okay. Yay. Alright. I'm fine with like rotating the images that are very strictly okay, so the truth is with 2D textures like that, they're very strictly let me think about this. Like when I like use GLTF pack on a model, for example, like the orientation and everything I think will be worked out properly. So I think that's like fine for now. I assume you could pass in a negative height value. I don't think you can because it's signed. It's a signed value, so it kind of it's erroring out. That's all. Sorry, I didn't search one because I did see what you said, but I wasn't quite. I didn't know how to voice what I was trying to say. You know, I was in the middle of something. Even. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, how long have we been going for? Pause that for a minute. So we did 6 hours of straight coding, and we streamed for 6 hours and 11 minutes. All right, I am probably going to end it here, guys. My Discord is in the descriptions of both Twitch and livestream. Thank you for the getting us to 4,000 subscribers. That's super sick. Thank you for getting us for like very close to the follow count for affiliates, whatever that means. So thank you for all the follows and the subscribers. Thank you for staying subscribed. And thank you for helping out and bearing with me for that 5 hours where almost 5 hours where we tackled just getting this library to load. But yeah, we should be able to do a lot more now. And we should be able to completely crush it in the future. So I've remembered to raid. Can I raid someone? Can I be a official streamer? I don't know how this works, so I feel quite embarrassed now. I don't know anyone. Let's go with my following, maybe. I like Zem. Should we raid Zem? He's a speedrunner. Not that many people are still here, but hey, I will hop over there. I'll be there anyway. I'm probably watching Zem and Tokyo Spliff. So if I don't see you around, I'll see you then. So let's see how this works. I've never done this before in my life. Oh, I'm nervous. Okay, thank you for did it work? Cool. He's muted for some reason. Cool. I'll end it here then. See you guys.